Good evening, everyone. The time is now 6:30 and I will officially open the meeting. And I'll just remind everyone that it is being live streamed. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Item 3 on the agenda is announcements from the presiding member, and there are a few this evening. Firstly, I'd like to, as councillors are aware, we received the CEO's resignation yesterday, and there are a number of items of urgent business that we will need to consider later in the meeting as a result of the resignation. Next, the city has won some awards, which I'll just go through. I'm pleased to announce the city has won an LG Honour Award for its Organics Matter School composting program in partnership with Environment House and Waste is My Resource. Winning in the category of partnerships and collaboration, the program represents the city's commitment to reducing waste and building climate change resilience, in addition to encouraging sustainable living practices. The city has also been announced co-winner at the Institute of Public Administration Australia WA Achievement Awards in the category of Best Practice in Health and Wellbeing for our COVID response. Actions included redeploying staff, establishing a community care team, providing support for St Vincent de Paul, and creating a recovery plan for the community with a $5.09 million local economic and social stimulus package. The city has received a high commendation for Community Service Delivery Award at the National Federation Awards for our Age-Friendly Ambassador program. This is the second national recognition for this program, which has been incredibly successful in supporting older members of our community to take a leadership role and help us make the city a more inclusive place for all. We are also a finalist at the LG Policy Awards for a number of our community development and environmental health projects. The winners will be announced tomorrow morning. And the awards on the table. This is the first one that we won. I'd also like to announce that the CEO has been recognised as as a fellow of the Institute of Public Administration. WA Fellow is a distinction reserved for select members of the Institute whose accomplishments are deemed fitting of this prestigious membership level. The WA IPAA Nominations Committee identifies such a person and invites them to apply. Qualifying for fellow status demonstrates seniority and leadership in the service of the public, leadership in the business and tertiary sectors, contribution to public administration, contribution to the Institute. Only a limited number of fellow places are available per annum, and those that are accepted will be allowed to use the post-nominal FIPAAWA, be invited as a guest to attend a number of exclusive roundtable lunches with invited speakers and evening gatherings, be recognised as the highest level of Institute member, and be invited to sit on special interest groups and committees. So, another round of applause. I'll now move on to item 4, attendance. There's no apologies. Councillor Clark is on approved leave of absence, and I'll ask councillors if there's any applications for leave of absence. Councillor Bull.
Thank you. 13th to the 15th of December, 20th to the 22nd of December, and the 12th to the 22nd of January next year.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yep. The 31st of December until the 5th of January, and the 22nd of January until the 29th of January.
Thank you. I'd also like to apply for the 10th of January to the 14th of January inclusive. Can I have someone to move that? Councillor Sutherland, seconder. Councillor Palmer, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Now ask if anyone has disclosure of interest. Councillor Bull.
Thank you. One interest to disclose on item 10.1.2, proposed reforms to the WA local government sector. It's an impartiality interest. I'm the chair of the Local Government Advisory Board, which will potentially have a role to play once reforms are implemented, and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Ball, can you turn off your microphone?
Thank you. Yep. Item 10.1.2, proposed reforms to the West Australian local government sector. It's impartial interest. I'm a sitting member on Walga State Council, and there's mention in there one of the items to move Walga's position in the Act. Item 10.4.2, indirect financial, for item called proposed hoarding sign to the Galleria Shopping Centre. My husband's just signed a work contract with Vicinity, who own Galleria.
Thank you. Councillor Eason.
Yes, just one impartial. So item 10.4.3, the director contacted me from Scraps Kings on email. So that's an impartial. I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Peake.
Item 10.1.3, out of hours school care for the Melons Peninsula Primary School. It's an impartial interest. I am a board member on the school, and my kids attend the school as well.
Thank you. I'll now move on to item 6, public question time. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sutherland.
Sorry, folks. I'd like to declare an impartial declaration for 10.4.3, the scrap metal collection, proposed industry. And it's an impartial interest because I know one of the applicants. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll move on to item 6 now, which is public question time. And I'll ask members in the gallery if there's anyone who has questions for items on the agenda, if they'd like to come forward. Greg?
Item 10.6.2.9, urban tree policy. I've read the proposed changes and I see that they are less nuanced than the current policy. However, that in some ways doesn't matter if we're worried about increasing the canopy within the town or within the city. I want to know, has there analysis been done regarding the change to this policy and whether it will increase tree canopy or decrease tree canopy, and how that fits in with the signage that I can see behind the mayor, which talks about the garden city and quality lifestyle.
Do you have a second question? I'll get all the questions.
I want to deal with that urban tree issue and then another question on another topic.
On another topic? Great, I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, in regards to analysis in terms of what impact that policy will have, we haven't conducted any figures to determine what that is at this point in time.
Does council have a policy to increase tree canopy in the city?
Yes.
So how can you be making a policy decision and you don't know what the impact will be on a particular policy, which is to increase the canopy?
I'll go to the CEO.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. The issue in relation to the policy is we're not sure what level of impact it will have at this point in time. It will be monitored to determine whether or not it has a detrimental effect or a positive effect based on the way the trees are maintained, and a further report would come back to council when the policy is next reviewed.
I've got another question to do with another topic.
Yes, go ahead.
This is 10.4.5, nominations to the Development WA Bayswater Land Redevelopment Committee. think being on the committee is a poison chalice, and I hope no West Ward member is on the committee. But I think, you know, why on earth would you have the CEO as a member of the committee? You know, and given that the current CEO won't be with us, I understand that position is for the CEO, not Mr. Bryan. But how is a CEO supposed to represent the citizens of Bayswater on such a committee? I find it, you know, incredible. So I want to know the justification for it, not one of the elected members noting that I believe it's a poison chalice.
Okay. I'll refer to the CEO.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. In relation to the recommendation that's put forward, it's the same recommendation that was put through last time. The argument or the justification around that was the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and CEO were the logical people to advocate on behalf of the city as part of that committee. That was the rationale last time. We followed that same process. In relation to your comments about the appointment, it's not to the position, it's to the individual person, in this case when we refer it. And you're quite correct, given that I will be resigning, then council will need to put a third person into that position.
I thought you might be making trips down from Cal for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no
Thank you
questions
for your questions.
on this topic.
Are there any other questions for items on tonight's agenda? No? On tonight's agenda? No? I'll ask if there's any questions, items not on the agenda. Please come forward, Harry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Harry Bazides, 21 Parkinson Street, Naranda. Thank you for the response I received today to my questions from the Ordinary Council meeting regarding the invitation of ratepayers to the Councillors' Lounge after Ordinary Council meetings. I'm puzzled by some of the comments within the response and ask for clarification before I ask my questions. And I quote in the response, as the Councillors' Lounge is part of the workplace which is utilised by councillors and city staff, it is not considered appropriate for this area to be opened to the public after Ordinary Council meetings for a non-workplace related purpose. Can I ask the clarification I'm seeking on that? By this, can I take it that councillors associating with ratepayers is not regarded as a workplace related purpose?
I'll refer to the CEO.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. No, you're trying to read a little bit more into it than was intended in that. It is a workplace involving staff and elected members in there. Bringing members of the public in to that particular workplace in the current circumstances was considered inappropriate still. And as I've said, outlined in the letter, that will be reviewed once we understand the implications further going forward into next year.
Okay, thank you. My first question, is there a policy or accepted guidelines determining the use of the Councillors' Lounge?
I'll refer to the CEO.
Through the Mayor, there is a policy in relation to councillors' access to the lounge area and the civic areas within the Civic Centre. I'm not sure if it talks about public. Off the top of my head, I'd have to go and review that policy again.
Would I be able to get a copy of that policy?
Through the Mayor, that policy is on the website.
It may stop me asking questions, that's all.
Yeah, sorry, through the Mayor, the policy is available on the website, but we'll send you a copy.
Okay, thank you very much. My second question is, are councillors permitted to invite guests into the Councillors' Lounge?
I'll refer to the CEO.
Yeah, thank you, through the Mayor. I don't think there's anything specific which says they can or they can't. From recollection, I'd have to go back and review that. But to my understanding, there's nothing in specific written in policy about it.
Okay, so to simplify that, if a councillor invites people from the public gallery into the Councillors' Lounge, that is permitted.
Is that your third question?
No. I'm just trying to clarify whether that is what I've understood to be correct on the CEO's response.
Through the Mayor, there's nothing written in relation to it. I'd have to have a look and see how we'd actually address that going forward.
Okay, thank you. There's one more comment in the in the response that I received, and I quote. the question refers to the response that refers to the responsible serving of alcohol risk in the lounge as outlined by the CEO. Seeing that in the past ratepayers were individually offered refreshments rather than helping themselves, how does the CEO validate his statement?
I'll refer to the CEO.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. That's an issue that I've been raising for a number of years since I arrived at the city. It's not a common practice for members of the public to be invited back at every other local government. Some councils do it, some councils don't. I saw it as a potential risk for the city and outlined my concerns in relation to that.
I'm not sure whether you've answered my question, Mr. CEO, as to how do you validate your statement that there regarding the responsible serving of alcohol when it's not a self-serve venue and councillors in the past have offered refreshments to ratepayers. I'll just qualify that because to qualify my question, over the past 35 years, I've never witnessed a single ratepayer or staff member leave the councillor's lounge intoxicated. Ironically, present company excluded, I have witnessed a number of councillors regularly leave in poor condition.
Thanks, Harry.
No, I'm not being facetious or anything like that. We're talking about self-serve versus being served, and the implication is that the responsible serving of alcohol is an issue with the ratepayers, and my experiences over a long period of time is that that really isn't where the issue lies, and that's why I'm asking this question.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I've heard the question. I'll have to give it some further thought, provide a response.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on items not on tonight's agenda?
David Dyke, View Street, Maylands. I have two questions. One refers to the CAT Act review. Has an implementation plan been drawn up from the motion I put forward at the City of Bayswater AGM in March 2021, and then again at the following ordinary council meeting? An amendment to my motion included regular updating of cat and fox trapping. Where do I find the updated data?
I'll refer to the director.
Through the chair, we're currently working on the local law review and scheduled for the review to come to the February OCM.
Madam Mayor, it's been how many months and there's no update? They were going to be regular. I carry on. At what stage is the CAT Act review at and an implementation plan referred to council? There are many other LGAs in Western Australia and other states that have implemented excellent cat containment policies with mostly community acceptance. What is holding up our review?
I'll refer to the director.
Through the mayor, so the team are currently working on it, and as you would appreciate, there's a considerable amount of work and research that needs to be done, and it is scheduled to come to February OCM.
Through Madam Mayor, this is unacceptable. This was all passed in March this year. Why are we still carrying on with the review? I don't understand.
Do you have a third question?
I'll carry on that question. A recent CSIRO report done for the ACT has now been approved, and legislative changes are being progressed to introduce a cat containment for new cats in the ACT suburbs from the 1st of July 2022. Owned cats will need to be contained within their owner's property or on a leash, similar to dogs. This research shows that cats have already contributed to the extinction of more than 20 Australian mammals in Canberra alone. Each year, roaming cats are estimated to predate on 61,000 native birds, 2,000 native animals, 30,000 native reptiles, and 6,000 native frogs. My vision is all cats...
Excuse me, sorry, do you have a question?
The question is, what's happening with this review? Where is it?
So it will be coming to council at the February meeting.
What's taken so long?
I believe the director's answered that question.
I'll finish this one because I think it's important.
With a question?
My vision is all cats will be owned, wanted and cared for by responsible owners. This vision recognises the important role of cats as pets and that people have responsibilities for animal welfare and protective native wildlife, including all fauna. Right, my second question refers to Mulgamup, or you know it as Barden Park. Would the City of Bayswater investigate at a deeper level what was the purpose and why the iconic stump was cut down from the original re-veg site at Mulgamup? I discovered it had been cut down on the 19th of November and obviously done by some sort of mechanical aid. Some re-veg plants have been damaged. When clearing out huge amounts of lantana, pepper trees and woody weeds, the 5 metre tall stump emerged from our early Friends Group activities. I was exploring with the Aboriginal Arts Council if it was suitable for a sculpture or being painted. I have inquired through environmental section and with Parks and Gardens section being consulted with no acceptable reply and reason unknown. The top section, approximately 1 metre, has been taken away. I have some photos if anybody wants them. Someone must know something. Can the City of Bayswater, at a higher level than what's been investigated, investigate it and come up with the reason? Because it was a very iconic stump. I don't know how I'm going to go to the Aboriginal Arts Council and say it's no longer there.
So I'll just refer to the director to see if they've got any information for you.
We'll have to take that one on notice.
What was that again, sorry?
We'll have to take that on notice and we'll find out what the situation is and we'll get back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of items not on tonight's? Mr. Walters? Oh.
Hello, my name's John Sabeko, 9 Robert Street, Bayswater. This is in regard to the trial of the League Street closure. My first question is, are we a resident community that share the burden of day-to-day traffic, or is the Bayswater Council willing to commence breaking us down into selective groups where some will benefit at the expense of others?
I'll refer to the director.
Through the chair, I suppose I can't answer that on behalf of councillors, but in terms of the resolution that went through last council meeting, it was basically just talking about a trial. And at this stage, it'll be a matter of a report coming back to council to talk about the feasibility of such a trial. And that would, in that report, we would talk about potential impacts of a trial as well.
Okay, well, my next two questions are to each of the councillors who voted for the trial to close off Leek Street at Watley Crescent. The first one is, how will this closure benefit the residents in Roberts Street and Veitch Street, which run parallel on either side of Leek Street?
So your question is to the councillors who voted for the...
Well, we have seven councillors voted for the trial. I mean, how can it be beneficial to others where it's only benefiting a small minority? I mean, it's black and white. I mean,
I think councillors have heard the question, and I'll just ask if anyone wants to address it now. Otherwise, it may be better to correspond with them individually via email for that. But I'll see if anyone wants to respond now. No.
Okay. Okay. The third question, or last question. With the closure of Leek Street trial, this will cause impact with additional traffic being redirected into Robert Street. Now, I'm not sure if this has been considered, but we have extensive opening times at Bayswater Daycare Centre in Robert Street, where parents drop off and collect their children between 7:30 through to 6 p.m. That's during school holidays and pupil-free days. And in addition to that, during school days, the hours between 7:30 and 9 and 2:30 p.m. To 6 p.m. on other days. Now, with the increase in traffic, with having Leek Street closed, have the councillors considered that this closure will increase the risk of accident in the area?
I can't answer that question on behalf of council. I noticed Councillor Palmer would like to say something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just an impartial interest as I'm chair of the committee, the childcare centres.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bull would like to respond.
I'm happy to respond. Thanks for your questions. So my thought process was to ask the CEO to investigate the feasibility of a trial and a report to come back for the purpose of actually measuring what those impacts will be. Exactly the kind of concerns that you have is something that I thought would be beneficial to do as a trial, and then to look at that data. And so, yeah, so no decision around actual closure of Leek Street has happened. So that's my answer to your question.
Yeah, it sort of partially answers my question, because really a trial is the beginning of something that's going to be permanent, and you know, I'm just cannot see how the council voted to such a large degree for a minority piece of area to overrule the big picture.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Good evening. Stéphane Bullier is my name. I live at 56 Robert Street, and I also have a question, or two questions, regarding the Leek Street cul-de-sac. The City of Bayswater prepared a very comprehensive report for Council that stated a cul-de-sac in Leek Street will divert traffic to parallel roads, where residents are already quite concerned about the traffic, and where it has the potential to create community division. It's hard to understand why councillors choose to ignore the multiple risks identified in the report and overlook the coordinated approach recommended by the city, but instead vote to go ahead with looking at option, and I quote, for a trial cul-de-sac for one street. So I've got two questions. Is it fair and equitable to put any resources into investigating options for even more traffic calming treatment in Lick Street, which has a bike boulevard, a speed limit of 30 kilometers per hour, lots of street tree planting, and it even have an existing cul-de-sac 200 meters up the road from the existing one. From the new one, I mean. That's my first question.
Councillors have heard the question and they'll consider that as part of the debate when the item comes back to council.
Thanks. So I've got a second question. Back in 2014, the Precinct 2 report, in the Precinct 2 report, Robert Street resident suggested a cul-de-sac solution to deal with the growing traffic issues in their street. As of June 2021, prior to the current roadwork in the area, Robert Street was carrying an average of 8,000 vehicles a day. A week. Thanks. Including 2,500 vehicles speeding per week. Some recorded speed at up to 90 to 100 kilometers per hour. So, would council be willing to vote to support a cul-de-sac in District 2, even if the city presents sound arguments against it, as they did for Lick Street? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors have heard that and we'll consider that as well.
Thank you.
I believe Councillor Bull would like to speak.
I just want to declare an impartiality interest because the study that was referred to, I was on one of the community committees back in 2014 that resulted in the outcomes of those studies. Impartial.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Anna Husker and I live at 56 Robert Street in Bayswater. To the Chair. In June 2021, prior to the current roadworks, Robert Street, which is classified as a local access road, was carrying 8,000 vehicles a week, including 400 trucks and 2,500 speeding vehicles, as Stefan has said, some of them recorded at between 90 and 100 kilometres an hour. A significant part of the problem for Robert Street is that satellite navigation is directing vehicles to use Robert Street rather than the major road of King William Street as the preferred route for all cars and vehicles travelling between Guildford Road and Watley Crescent. This occurs because Robert Street is the fastest route for this traffic. So I have two questions for Council. The first, the City of Bayswater is currently consulting with residents about the low-cost urban road strategy program funding. Would any of the treatments available under this funding be effective at reducing traffic volume or addressing the issue of satellite navigation directing traffic into Robert Street as the preferred route for this traffic?
I'll refer to the Director.
Yeah, through the Chair, I can't categorically say whether it will or it won't. I suppose the intention is with the treatments is to discourage those routes and to reduce speeds on those. So if speeds are reduced, you could logically argue that that may not be the quickest route after that. So it really depends on what treatments are put in.
Yep, okay, thank you very much. And secondly, the low-cost urban road strategy program funding is just one source of funding, of course. Can Council suggest any other course of action that might be able to address the problem of high traffic volume and heavy truck use in Robert Street?
I'll refer to the Director.
Yeah, through the Chair, I think as mentioned in the report, there is the program, the low-cost urban road safety program, but also there are development application conditions on the developers of the Bayswater train station that they have to contribute to finding solutions to roads that are impacted by their works and the change in the road network. So we'll certainly be pursuing additional treatments or getting them to come to the party with a comprehensive suite of treatments to try and improve the situation as much as possible.
Terrific. We would welcome that because in their own traffic modelling report, Robert Street is mentioned twice. It's mentioned once under a proposed traffic enhancement at the corner of Robert Street and Guildford Road. That concerns residents because enhancement can mean many things. And the second point is that within that traffic modelling, Robert Street is mentioned As a known rat run, your own reports show the sort of rat run problem we have, so we would welcome any advocacy with the state government around traffic control. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Hello, my name's Di Sabeko. I live at 9 Robert Street. My question is, within the vicinity of the trial, Legg Street closure, the residents who live on Watley Crescent, within that pocket, they have their cars garaged at the rear of their properties and they access through Legg Street to get onto Watley Crescent. My question is, as well as the people that are living in Legg Street, they're going to have access onto Watley Crescent. My question is, will this increase the impact of traffic through Roberts, Murray and Veitch Street, and who benefits?
I'll refer to the Director.
Yeah, through the Chair, once again, it's difficult to categorically say what impacts there will be because we're talking about a whole suite of treatments that can change traffic movements throughout that whole area. But I suppose if you look at it, the bottom line is those residents that you've talked about in terms of accessing Laneway and that section of Legg Street will have to get out some way, so they would have to use other streets.
Yeah, and it's going to make even the laneways, more cars coming out of the laneways, it's going to make it even busier with all the traffic that's flying up at the moment. My last and second question is, and I just actually don't understand this, so that's why I'm asking it, why, after the council said no to the petition, did 7 councillors vote for a trial? I mean, it was discussed, it was obvious that it was going to impact. Why would councillors then vote for a trial? And do they have disclosures? Are they affiliated with anyone in Robert Street? In Legg Street, sorry? And I'm asking because I don't know.
So I'll answer just in terms of disclosing any interest.
Yes.
All councillors are required under the Act to
Okay.
disclose any interest at the beginning of a meeting.
Okay.
So they would have done so.
Okay.
In terms of the second part of your question, councillors have heard it. I can't answer why they've voted a particular way.
Okay, and being a resident for quite a long time, the person who is driving the closure is the president at the bowling club. Would any of the councillors be affiliated with that?
I can't answer that question. I
that's
can
fine.
say I'm not affiliated with that organisation.
Okay, and the ones that voted yes, if it's anyone here, can they honestly say that they're not friends with the people in Legg Street?
I'm a member of the Bayswater Bowling Club, but I don't understand why the fact that there's residents on that street who'd be associated with the bowling club would mean an impartiality interest would arise. You know,
Yeah, no, it's just going with the people that did actually vote to say yes. And why did it get to go to a vote if council had decided no?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay,
Do you-
so if
the
council
question?
said no, that it wasn't a good idea to close it off, why would councillors then vote and say, oh, well, let's have a trial anyway?
So officers put a report to council with a recommendation and then it's up to council to make a decision.
Okay, but then the councillors vote to say, let's do the trial.
The council can consider the information that they have and make a decision how they wish to vote.
Okay, and the trial costs money, obviously?
So
I'm just
only
asking because I
it's
don't
only
know
supposed to
as
be
a
3
ratepayer.
questions, but the information is contained in the report.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Palmer?
So I don't know how relevant it is, but I have been a previous social member of the Bayswater Bowling Club, but I'm not an up-to-date one. And just as it's becoming an issue, I also know Mr. and Mrs. Sabeko because we all worked together at one time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walters?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, is it possible to get some volume down at the back? We sit there and we can't understand, and especially when councillors answer, we can't understand.
Okay.
And I don't have a hearing problem.
Okay, I'll just ask councillors to please speak into the mic. Am I coming across loud enough?
Yes, very, very clear. Clearest for the night. My questions relate to public question time. I'm utterly confused. You've got 3 items here in the agenda. 1, you're going to follow it up. 2, you're going to do that. Now tonight it says that you haven't had time to answer the questions and they'll be put on the city's website. Is there any way you could tell me when you do my questions, and I might add that you are leaving some out of my questions, and I'd like to know why. My understanding is that it's a statutory requirement that people ask questions at public question time, it gets recorded.
I'll refer to the CEO.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. The first part of the question in relation, the part of the question in relation to what's recorded in the minutes is a summary of the questions and the response provided, or if it's taken on notice, it's indicated it's taken on notice and then either provided us a written response back to the questioner or and included in the subsequent minutes to the council meeting.
Yep.
So that part of it's done. The other part was in relation to the timeframes, was it?
Yep, on the website. How do I know? How do I know when it's on the website? Every day do I go to the website to find out if my question's been answered? No way. No way. And what's more, you're leaving questions out that were asked 3 months, not even putting them in the minutes. And I know another member of the public, because I rang him tonight and asked him, and he hasn't had a response to his question, which he preceded my question. So there's something wrong with the system.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll go back over and review the minutes. It was my understanding that all the questions had been captured and responded to, but I'll double check that for you.
Okay, so I look forward to your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walters.
Harvey Tonkin, harveyt@ionet.net.au. I've got 3 easy questions. Firstly, about the last financial year, I asked about the repair of the footpaths in the North Ward. They'd all been marked, and the indication was that the marking has just about disappeared. I was given a response that something was going to happen, and I just wondered when.
I'll refer to the director.
Through the chair, through my understanding, it's that those works are scheduled to be done. In terms of the markings fading and disappearing, I'm pretty sure the teams actually have taken photos and know the locations of those problem areas. In terms of the actual timing, what I'll do is I'll have to get back to you and let you know what the proposal is.
Okay, just send an email. It's just, that's what I was told about 7 months ago. Okay, my second question is to do with the Les Hansman Centre. Excuse me, I've got a dry throat. It looks like a rubbish dump. I went through there today. Does anyone care? Do the staff in the library care? I mean, I know there's a plan coming out where they're looking at reviewing the garden, but there was rubbish everywhere and it looks terrible. So does the council have any pride? It's a rhetorical question. Okay, I know what the response is going to be. My third question, there was a new word that came out. It was called hydrozoning. And the council was, people within the council were referring that involved killing off grassed areas and placing wood chips there because it reduced watering, cut down maintenance. I just wondered whether anyone's looked up the definition of hydrozoning. And my understanding is hydrozoning is where you have a group of plants together that require a set amount of water to run them. It has nothing to do with wood chips. So I just wondered if anyone here knows of a different definition or whether I've been conned.
I'll refer to the director.
You'll hate me.
We understand what the definition of hydrozoning is. It's
Okay.
to do with changing the amount of water that's applied to different areas. That could range from full watering to no watering and somewhere in between that.
So it has nothing to do with grouping plants together that require X amount of water for them to survive.
It can be that as well.
Okay, well, that's the only definition I could find. So has it been spread out or something? I'm just asking. I couldn't find another definition that referred to what you've mentioned. Okay, that's all right. I just wanted, the second part of that to do with the hydro zoning, is the council hydro zoning the island down Morley Drive from Wellington Road through to the Tonkin Highway? Because I've noticed the great sections are dead.
I'll refer to the director, although that's the fourth question.
It was part B. I gave a definition. I want an answer on the confirmation of the definition. Anyhow, look, some of these other people are more.
Okay, I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, I haven't got an answer for that at the moment, but what I'll do, I'll take it on notice and get back to you.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mike Browning. I have a question about the National Trust and their development of Tranby House. I was wondering what the latest is on that. The initial thing they did was to try and put a entertainment facility there that was for 300 odd people, and for alcohol to be served at from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. This Peninsula Farm is about 3 metres from housing. Now I believe that that was knocked back, and that the National Trust is now considering an alternative. I was wondering what the council's view is on that, or if they had any news as to what's happening with it.
I'll go to the director.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, my understanding that there was an application which is to be determined by the state government. The local government, the city can provide comments and recommendations to the state. That proposal has been advertised. My understanding, the officers will be going through those submissions and be sending a report to council to form its comments and recommendations to the state government on it. At this stage, my understanding will be going to the January council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of items not on tonight's agenda? If not, I'll close public question time. So I'll move on to item 7, confirmation of the minutes. Councillors, given the shorter time between the last council meeting and tonight, the minutes have not been circulated in sufficient time to allow councillors to review, and as such they will be circulated for consideration at the next council meeting. Item 8, presentations. Are there any petitions this evening? Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Yes, I have one petition this evening to the City of Bayswater. We, the undersigned, being the electors of the district, formally petition the City of Bayswater to address the following. In relation to the council resolution on item 10.5.1, passed at 23 November meeting, and consistent with the council decision-making criteria outlined in the city's community engagement strategy 2021 to 25, page 5, we ask that the CEO include in the investigation of low-cost cul-de-sac trial options an analysis of the equity implications of each option to clearly address, but not limited to, the question, are we ensuring equitable distribution of benefit in the community? The head petitioner is Anna Husker, with 56 Robert Street, Bayswater being the contact address. There's, I don't know the exact number of signatures, but there's somewhere between 140 and 150 signatures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other petitions? There are nil presentations. Deputations were heard at the agenda briefing session held last week. And are there any delegate reports? Nil. So I'll move on to item 9, method for dealing with agenda business. This evening, the first councillor to pull is Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull 10.3.1, 10.4.3, 10.4.5 and 10.6.2.9. Thank you.
Councillor Eason? Councillor Sutherland?
Just to make a comment on 10.1.2.
Deputy Mayor?
10.2.3. 10.2.3. 10.3.2. Sorry, just bear with me. And that was it, thank you.
Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Oh, sorry.
10.1.3. And that's it.
Councillor Bull? Councillor Johnson?
I think they've all been done. 10.3.4, please.
Okay. And we'll start... Oh, sorry, sorry. Councillor Maleka?
Sorry, can I add one more? Sorry. 10.6.1.
Councillor Sosowski? Nothing. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we'll start with the items that were subject to the deputation first. And that first one being 10.4.1. Nobody's pulled this. Would anyone like to move the officer's recommendation? Item 10.4.1. Councillor Sutherland, do I have a seconder? Councillor Eason? Councillor Sutherland?
I don't have much to say on this. I'll support it as I think it will improve the land on that site, and obviously that will improve the rate value, which will be good for the city. I feel the applicant has worked hard with the council to try and address some of the concerns. The Department of Water Environment Regulation have no objection with compliance, and this should alleviate concerns with noise and odour. And the parking is compliant, and there has been a traffic impact statement. They were the two biggest issues that were raised. And finally, there's going to be some much needed investment on that property, and it will enhance the area. So I'm supportive of that.
Thank you. Councillor Eason?
Probably just echoing Councillor Sutherland's comments. Look, it's great to see investment in our often forgotten industrial area. I believe the officers have spent considerable time on this application. I thank them for their efforts. They've been thorough in their assessment, and the list of conditions is a testament to that. I believe this sort of investment should be encouraged as we continue to unlock the potential of this strategically placed in a city industrial area. So that's all. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone for? I'll put it straight to the vote. Oh, sorry. Would you like to close? No? I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. The next item, subject to a deputation, was 10.4.2, and the Deputy Mayor has a indirect financial and would leave the room.
I'll be leaving the room. Thank you.
So would anyone like to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Sutherland? Anyone like to second? Councillor Sosowski? Councillor Sutherland?
Again, not much to say on this one. I thought the deputation last week was pretty straightforward. I will support this. I've never had an issue with these signs in this particular area. I do believe it's the best place for signs like this. I'm glad to see that the applicant needs to improve the overall landscaping of the site. The area really needs that as well, where the signage is going to go. I'm happy to help the Galleria, and I would encourage the applicant to increase the landscaping measures around towards the entrance of Russell Street, where it's looking a bit jaded and that. Yep, I'm happy to help them. As I said, I'd just love to see the landscaping improve around Russell Street and the entrance to that shopping centre.
Thank you. Councillor Easton. Oh, sorry, Councillor Osazowski.
I just want to echo those calls in regards to image is everything, and we just had someone from the gallery talking about pride, and I would reiterate the same comments as Councillor Sutherland. We hope the Galleria can step up a bit and look after their gardens a bit more on the footpaths, etc., to make the area visually appealing, which will actually attract people into the area. In regards to the hoarding sign, I think it's quite exciting that we can have a big sign like that right at that intersection. I think it's a really critical intersection in Morley, and I'm excited about the opportunities for that sign. A question for the city: is this application that we're approving tonight just for that sign, or is it for the development that will be going along with this as well?
I'll go to the Director.
Through the Chair, it's to do with the sign component or the main approval.
In terms of the main approval, is that still to come to the city? When, you know, for them to get approval, is that still on its way?
Through the Chair, it's already an existing approval, so it relates to that existing approval.
So there's already an existing approval, and this adds to that.
Through the Chair, essentially there was a condition which limited the usage of that signage. So this is an amended application to allow the signage to be used for third party. So it's just to for that to be that component of it to be approved.
So in terms of future development of the Galleria, this doesn't look at that. Well, I suppose where I'm going to with this is that I'd love to see in some of these future development applications something in there about the Galleria restricting the possibility of trolleys leaving the site, you know, putting in things in place to stop trolleys leaving the property. So I'm just wondering, is that something that could be included in future development applications, or is that something that we should be including now to take care of that problem?
Through the Chair, I'd say it's probably beyond the scope of this particular amended application. But if the applicants do decide not to go ahead with the current application with these changes, and comes with a revised application, there's opportunities there to add new conditions.
Good. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone for? I'll go to the move to close. Put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Could we call Councillor Deputy Mayor in? That was passed unanimously. So the next item subject to a deputation was item 10.4.3, which has been pulled by Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have an alternate motion which I have emailed to all of the councillors, but I have it here, and if I can read that out, which would be more explicit. That council refuses the development application dated 28th of June 2021 and plans received on the 26th of October 2021 for the proposed noxious industry, in brackets scrap metal collection, sorting, processing and storage, and ancillary offices at lot 502 159 Beachborough Road South, Embleton, for the following reasons. 1, the proposal is considered to be not consistent with the following matters the city is required to have: due regards to under clause 67 of the deemed provisions in Schedule 2 of the Planning and Development Regs 2015. Bracket D, any environmental protection policy approved under the Environment Protection Act 1986, Section 31D, N, bracketed, the amenity of the locality including the following, and there's 3, environmental impacts of the development, the character of the locality, social impacts of the development. 2, the proposed noxious industry, a discretionary use, is not considered to be an appropriate use on the subject site, particularly given its proximity to an established residential area and the Morley Station Precinct concept plan area and the plan's envisioned development for that area. 3, The separation distance between the proposed development and residential dwellings is considered insufficient and results in a significant reduction in amenity due to undue noise impacts. 4, the proposal is considered to be not consistent with the orderly and proper planning of the locality. Thank you.
I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Osazowski. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. I feel that this is far too close to all the residents that have made concerns, and I realise that they have transferred 50 feet or 50 metres beyond Embleton Avenue to 159 Beachborough Road, but this does not actually protect the locality from the excruciating sawing and cutting and welding and banging of metal in an industrial context. The fact that we give a noxious industry to this is waving away all the protections of general industry. Now, if these people move, they're leasing this property at the minute. If they decide to transfer and move and grow somewhere else, we are left then with a property that is zoned noxious, and God help us what will come next. We have, if we accept that this is noxious for metal, it can be also noxious for other things, and I think we need to protect our industrial areas so that they are smart industrial, just like we had in the previous one, which was Beachborough Road. That is smart industrial. This is not smart, and I feel we need to protect not just the industries and clubs that work around there, not just soccer clubs, but all the Keep Fit clubs, you know, the Krav Magas and all of that. There's lots and lots of clubs around there growing. And the fact that this is only 50 metres away from the new development precinct of the Morley Station, I feel we need to just look beyond that and say, no, it's general industry, and noxious industry has to be away from that. Thank you.
Councillor Osazowski.
Thank you. Just following up from Councillor Palmer's point about noise, I could not imagine living next to a processing plant like that 50 metres away, Monday through Saturday, excluding public holidays. I think it was 7 a.m. through 6 p.m. I just couldn't imagine what the impact is going to be to those residents nearby listening to that constantly. If it was me, I'd be completely disturbed. And just in regards to it being given a discretionary use of a noxious industry, I know that the development application, or sorry, the recommendation here has them not doing the noxious part, but this sets this location up for being a noxious location. So I just can't support it on those two reasons. Sorry, I support this on those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Questions, if I may? Through the chair to whichever officer draws a short straw. I'm just wondering if there's been any investigation into the alternate, into implications, and I've got concerns. I've got lots of concerns in general around this, but in specific to this alternate recommendation, my concern around that is in the possibility of any SAT sort of things. Is there a likelihood of, you know, given the concrete batching saga, of anything like that happening? I realise you're not lawyers, but in your experience.
Go to the director.
Through the chair, it would be difficult to ascertain or forecast which way SAT will go. The city, if council does refuse this application, the city will obviously try to defend its position as much as possible within the means we've got. It probably comes down to whether it could be adequately addressed with conditions, which is what the concrete batching plant had. If it is, it may be approved with conditions. To what extent, I'm not sure. But if the conditions are such a way, it's to an extent that it's a de facto refusal, they may go that way. So the short answer is I'm not sure which way SAT will go, but we'll defend the council's decision regardless when it goes to SAT, if it does go to SAT.
Okay. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, and thank you to the mover and the seconder. I just want to highlight a couple of other variations that were before us that would have liked to have been seen in this resolution as well, but not the end of the world. Firstly, The report talks about requesting council to adopt a resolution that allows a shortfall of landscaping from the required 10% to 3.61%, and the remainder, that difference, that nearly 60% shortfall, would be hard stand. And frankly, we need to be working with applicants on how they can meet those levels, particularly in these real grey white areas. White, when you look at the overhead photos, you can see that it's really grey and white. And the second is, it's another application that's come to us recently where they haven't submitted a plan that actually shows how they're going to deliver one tree per 4 car bays. And yes, there was a landscaping provision there, but this is the second one in a matter of 2 or 3 meetings, and I think it's just really important that we're very strong on the need to ensure that there is that one tree per 4 car bays. And so those, in addition to what has been spoken about, they were 2 other concerns that I had in terms of variations we were being asked to accept as part of this officer's recommendation.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone for or against? Councillor Sutherland?
Look, I thought last week, I'm supporting the original officer's recommendation, so no, I'm not supporting this one. Firstly, I do have confidence in the officers that they've done their due diligence. This proposed use is considered to be acceptable for the zoning of the location. The main issues were obviously potential odour fumes and contamination from runoff, and I'm confident that the issues will be okay if the environmental officers are happy with this and this is in order, they're signed off on this. And the acoustics has also been looked at with the concrete wall and sea containers which create a sound barrier. I am mindful of the costs of this. We have to somehow put our emotion away from the fact that this is an area that these functions can operate on. I don't want another concrete batching plant decision coming back to haunt us, and I can't see any valid reason why this should not be passed.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Johnson?
Question?
Yep.
If that's okay. So the question relates to the approval of a noxious industry, and I'm just wondering if I could have further explanation about if this application were approved, what that limits the site to be, or is it an ongoing approval that would allow other uses?
Go to the Director.
Thank you. Through the Chair. The approval, any use on the site is going to comply with any existing approvals on the site, or they need to get a new approval. So if it's a use that does not comply with noxious industries, scrap metal, collection, sorting, processing and storage, or does not comply with the conditions of that approval, they need to get a new approval to use it for another use, and with or without those conditions. So basically any future use of that site is going to comply with such an approval or seek another approval, separate approval. It could be another noxious industry, but it needs to be a new approval if it doesn't comply with the current approval, or sorry, what's on the table for consideration.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
I will speak against the motion on the table, and I'm not sure if Councillor Sutherland officially foreshadowed the officer's recommendation, so I want to do that just in case we get to that stage. I'm comfortable with the application. I think our officers did the right thing by asking the applicant to push the facility to that area where it is now being proposed. I think that was a smart move, and I'm comfortable with that. That is a bit further from residences. This is an industrial area. I think it's very important to remember that if councillors think it should not be industrial area, we should discuss rezoning. But until then, it is an industrial area, and I would like to see more industries, more businesses in our city. I want to see people working and living in the city. And we can try to push those industries as far as we can, but this is why we have that zoning. I also would like to highlight that this is a recycling and reusing facility for metal. This is how that industry functions. They are using the metal, old metal for new purposes. This is how they do this. It might come with some noise, but I think I'm comfortable on the basis of the officer's report.
Would anyone else like to speak to it? I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it seems on the surface that this is just a general industry going to becoming a recycling of materials and so forth. Circular economy, well, FOGO, should we have FOGO there? You know, that's general industry, and why not have FOGO 50 metres from residents? This is what we're looking at. I'm not saying that they are smelly to that extent, but you were saying circular economy is important, and it is, but not in a residential vicinity. There's 50 metres away from where they can hear anything. If somebody bangs something now outside, you'll hear it here, and that's what you're expecting people to put up with. I think there is a limit to what circular economies allow within an industrial area. I think there are plenty of good zones within even the city of Bayswater where these people could lease in an area where they can be very acceptable as a noxious industry. Once you label that noxious, it opens the door to the next person to be maybe noxious in a different way or worse. And I think that's what we've got to look into. And that approval for anybody else just opens that door. The variations, of course, which Councillor Bull has mentioned, is also part of it. But I didn't really look at the main one. I was considering this main alternative, which does not allow for a noxious industry to be anywhere near that. Anyone can go to SAT, so the fear of bringing up the concrete batching as an equivalent is crazy. We could do that with anyone that goes to SAT. So I don't consider that to be a threat in any way. I just feel that this noxious industry is better placed within an industrial area, not beside or adjacent to residences, and not in a city and an area where the Morley Station precinct wants to make that a smart working area with high density living, medium density living and so forth. And here we've got 50 metres away, a noxious industry of this sort. Breaking up metal is not a circular economy in the fitting way that we consider it to be. That is reuse of stuff, and it's good, but it has to be really in a better location than 50 metres away from people. And that's what I'm content with. Thank you.
I'll put that to the vote, councillors. All those in favour? That's Councillors Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull and myself. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Johnson. That is defeated, and we'll go to the officers for shadowed recommendation by Councillor Peterson-Pick. I'll ask if there's a seconder. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. Look, I think there are concerns. I share the concerns, some of the concerns that Councillor Palmer has mentioned, but overall, as I mentioned before, I'm comfortable. I would like to refer councillors to page 175 in the middle, where the officers specifically say that an environmental and health impact assessment, acoustic report, and air monitoring will all be necessary to demonstrate compliance. So there are quite a lot of conditions that applicant will need to go through before they will be able to operate. So, and also the officers highlighted the fact that they're not talking about melting of metals, just reusing the metals by processing them in other ways. So yeah, I will not repeat everything. I'm supportive overall of this application.
Deputy Mayor, would anyone like to speak? Councillor Bull?
I just want to reiterate that when we approve this, we are approving 60% less than the required amount of green space on the property. So we're agreeing to 3.6% of the area being landscaped with a required 10%. So that's what we are also approving right now.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull and myself. That is carried. Thank you. The next item that was subject to a deputation is item 10.4.5, and that was pulled by Councillor Palmer.
Sorry, Councillor, you just need your microphone.
Thank you. I'd like to just amend that the officer's recommendation change slightly, please, and that the council nominates the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Dan Bull as representatives of the City of Bayswater on the Development WA Land Redevelopment Committee for the Midland Redevelopment Area.
I'll just check that the minute taker has got that. Okay, just one moment for the minute taker. While we're waiting, I'll see if there's a seconder for that. Councillor Johnson is seconding. Councillor Palmer, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I just feel that Sorry, I bounced it on and it turned off. Thank you. Yes, I feel that the exceeding experience of all three, that is the Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Ball, will achieve great language within the state development committees and so forth with regard to promoting our city of Bayswater. The timing obviously has changed a lot for us, but from that point of view, I think all the skills that have been there for many years need to be endorsed on this recommendation and slight amendment change. The goodness that has been brought to this council with all three, you have the urban forest, and that's a proposal of $1 million going into Riverside Gardens. That has been the lobbying process. You have the $2 million Morley groundwork that's happening. The skate park was another endorsement that came, $2 million there. All of this has been rounding of councillors creating good workmanship within the state government for these proposals and fundings. Therefore, we need to use all our experience and all the skills of our councillors to get through the next 2 to 3 years and more. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Look, I know, and thanks, Councillor Palmer, for popping this amendment in. I note that this comes out of a letter from the excellent Minister for Lands, Dr. Tony Booty, who can't even spell our CEO's name correctly, but anyway. And I'm sure he knows Bayswater well. I don't know if anyone's met him or if he's been to Bayswater. I think it's what this letter is asking us is that of the 5 members of this authority, we are putting forward 3 names. It's going to be one position. This one, the minister's going to choose one person out of 5 to be on this committee, and I think it's really, really important that we do have local representation on there, even though that's going to be a minority voice. So I agree that there should at least be one elected member on that group. I think, at respect of the position of the mayor and the deputy mayor, I'm satisfied that that they be nominated. And obviously, Councillor Bull has served on this committee before and has a lot of knowledge. We've seen the work of all these people in planning, and you know, they all have good experience, and hope, you know, and I know will represent the city well on this committee. Because it's only going to be one of them, and the minister will make that choice. I probably do want to address there's been unprecedented interest in the membership of this committee from members of the community who haven't really noticed who we've appointed to any other committees on anything before. So I thank the community for their interest. I've received a number of emails bagging out West Ward councillors and their incompetence and unsuitability to be on this committee, and I find that quite offensive. But I know those people that did send me those emails did either campaign against me in the recent elections, so I'll just take that all as a grain of salt and the to and fro of the political nature of this job. Yeah, endorse what's on the table. Thank you.
Just before I ask if anyone else would like to speak to it, I'll just check with Councillor Bull if he accepts the nomination. Yes? Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I won't be supporting it, only because of the lack of information coming through from that previous one. I do think we do definitely need to put somebody else on in the CO. My belief is that it should be in line with the representation on JDAP, which also makes decisions in this area. So I'll foreshadow an alternate if it gets to that point.
Would anyone else like to speak to that, to the motion? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you very much. Look, I wish everybody great success, and we all do our best as councillors. We all have to work together, and we all work in different ways, all shades of grey or whatever you'd like to call it. But also, when you take the EMRC, it's in here, but we haven't had much discussion on it over the many years. We can pinprick any meeting, whether it's the SES, local emergency, JDAP, whatever. There is never deep discussion. We are not 24-hour, 7-day-a-week people. We try to be, but we can't cover everything conversationally like we'd like to. We do entrust these big deliberations to the councillors that we endorse, and from that point of view, I think it's good. So I'm hoping that you will endorse 3 of our councillors to be representative, and 1 will be chosen by somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. It is lost, and I'll go to the Deputy Mayor for a foreshadowed recommendation.
Yeah, I'd like to foreshadow, I'd like to move that the council nominates the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Josh Eveson as representatives of the City of Bayswater on the Development WA Land Redevelopment Committee for Midland Redevelopment Area. And I'll speak to that if there's a seconder.
I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Sutherland. I'll just check with Councillor Eveson if he accepts the nomination. Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just believe it should be in line with our other planning committees, and with JDAP there's the same representation that we have on JDAP, and we're not elected, well, we may be elected by wards, but our duty is to represent the district, and we should all be familiar with those areas. So,
Councillor Sutherland, would you like to speak?
No, I don't have much to add to that. I think I do want to also echo what Councillor Johnson said about the interest in this, not just in the West Ward, but in adjacent wards. Considering the council or this committee hasn't met very much, it has had a lot of interest, and I think it's good that everybody in the community does show an interest in these sorts of things.
Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Bull.
Probably no surprise that I would like to speak against this one. I'm highly disappointed that council didn't support nominating a West Ward councillor as a potential person to be on this committee. I know how passionate councillors have been in the past to make sure that there is ward representation on committees that affect their ward. For example, council had no problems with the local road cycleability, walkability working group that was put together to have West Ward councillors on it. Council had no problems with having the Central Ward councillors on the skate committee, and they're just the first two that come to mind. Noting that the decision ultimately is not ours, I think it is disappointing that this council has discounted the amount of work that I have put in to getting this extremely complex suite of documents to the point where they were able to go out in consultation, for consultation, working with the other members of the Land Redevelopment Committee, putting a recommendation forward. And we're talking hours and hours and hours of work. I know how important this work is, and while I see the logic in having the mayor and the deputy mayor also nominated as a potential member, to have a new councillor that I assume hasn't even done the JDAP training, correct? Hasn't done the JDAP training? Yep. So having a new councillor who hasn't even done the JDAP training yet, but justifying that councillor's ability to undertake the obligations that are required because he is on JDAP doesn't make sense to me. So the choice that councillors are making here is not nominate someone who has put a year's worth of hard work into this and has the corporate knowledge to see the project that's halfway through completed with someone who has been on council for 2 months. So that's actually what this council is deciding right now.
Would anyone else like to speak to it? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, I am embarrassed for this council. I have never seen such a political vote like I've seen tonight. It was not professional. I think this is the first...
Yes, Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Criticising of councillors in a public forum.
I'm allowed to speak my mind.
So the point of order stands.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes.
Okay. I am
I'll just-
embarrassed. I am embarrassed to see what I saw. This is a precedent. I don't recall any previous example that we had a committee or a working group where we excluded ward councillors from that committee. This issue is not relevant to me, but I think doing something like that in any situation, about any committee, any working group, this is unprecedented. I have never seen something like this during the last 4 years on council, and I think it is a shame to see this.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, I feel that the ward representation is vitally important in an issue that has taken hold of everybody that lives in West Ward. Everybody. We've seen all the emails coming through for and against, and we've tried to be here as a balanced representation, and I feel that I'm against what's been put on the table now, and I'm sorry that it's been put on the table. Thank you.
Councillor Eason.
I live in West Ward. Have for 16 years. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer, you've already spoken.
Oh, sorry.
No. No. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously, I think not just ward representation is important on this one, but also the experience and expertise that Councillor Bull has as a former mayor, and the work that has been undertaken on this committee. I think he would make an excellent, a far superior nomination for this committee.
Would anyone else like to speak? I think I'm going to speak on this one. I think as mayor, it's important that I speak, and to the people that have all written in. When this came through the first time, when this committee was established, the officer's recommendation went through en bloc with no debate, no discussion, no deputations, no emails from the community. And I'd like to state that the recommendation at that time was the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and the CEO. At that stage, I was the Deputy Mayor. Nobody had an issue with me being nominated or queried my qualifications or my expertise or that of the CEOs at that time, because I guess it's just an expectation that the Mayor will be selected. Now that the Mayor position has changed person, now there's this uproar, an absolute uproar that the previous Mayor should be nominated. I absolutely think that, according to the Act, we are here to represent this district. The decision that this committee is responsible for impacts the entire city of Bayswater. It impacts our local economy, it impacts our growth, it impacts our environment, it impacts our infrastructure, it impacts our road networks, it impacts our housing options and housing affordability, it impacts jobs. Future generations will be impacted by these decisions. To say that the nominee is only appropriate due to them living in the area, I think is a very flawed rationale. We have JDAP that make decisions across the entire district, and those representatives don't necessarily live in the ward that they're making decisions for. And this has never been a critical component of determining who represents the city on JDAP. So it's really disappointing that it's coming to this. And I'm very comfortable with the nomination and the motion that's on the table, and I'll be supporting it. I'll go to the mover to close.
I can't sum it up any better than that, Madam Mayor.
I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull and Councillor Johnson. That is carried. The next item on the agenda that has been pulled is 10.1.2. Proposed reforms to the West Australian local government sector. I believe Councillor Sutherland just has a comment on this, so I'll see if someone else would like to move the officer's recommendation.
Happy to, it's only to note.
Oh, it's all right, I've done it. My impartiality.
Yes, you have. Councillor Sutherland, would you like to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Sutherland, are you moving it? If not, I'll ask if there's someone else. I'll ask, I believe. Councillor Johnson, you'd like to move with an amendment?
Yes, please.
What's the amendment?
I just need a minute to find it. But essentially, it's moved the officer's recommendation with an additional comment about supporting changes to the voting only if we have compulsory voting for local government elections.
Just see, do they have the wording? Does the minute taker have the wording?
I just made it up.
Deputy Mayor would like to second that, but I'll just
I'll try
ensure
and find the actual comment and the numbers that it relates to in the, it's in the comments. I'll just try and find the page number. So many comments. Oh, thank you. Yeah, oh, you're 4.4, I was thinking. Sorry, did I hear 4.3? Probably either of those. The comments against 4.3 and 4.4 would be support those changes along with the introduction of compulsory voting for local government elections.
So it's as is, just with the introduction of compulsory voting. Okay, Deputy Mayor's seconding that. I'll ask Councillor Johnson if you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you. I mean, just in general, some of these reforms are really great. For example, you know, the ability for us to deal with vexatious complaints and some of the more simplified methods of proposed methods of dealing with sort of conflict and problems. Comfortable with all of those recommendations. There's not a lot in here for our residents, I don't think, in terms of changes, although the census results might affect, you know, if this were carried, the census results might affect the number of councillors that we have, I'm not sure, something like that. But really the thing about compulsory voting is a lot of this report references, we should do this because they do it at state and federal level. And you know what? Because compulsory to vote, I don't think anyone relishes the idea of, you know, positions being voted in by just a handful of keen local council watchers. This should be something that every member of our community is engaged in.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. You can't say that, you can't back that it's emulating other levels of government, and then you miss out one of the key components, which is compulsory voting. And I also don't believe that you can have a preferential voting system which is coming in without having mandatory voting hand in hand with it. You know, I'm still uncertain about preferential voting. I have seen it utilised in the city of Bayswater back in 2007 with disastrous outcomes. And I think that that one is fraught with danger if it's done hand in hand with just without compulsory voting. You need to look at that. And if the preferential voting, if I can just say as well, is so great, then how come they got rid of it for the upper house?
Thank you. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Peterson-Peake?
Sorry, I actually would like to move two amendments. Should I do it now?
You can suggest it, and we'll
I
see
would love to, if they are keen for that. So one of them is to paragraph number 4.5, which talks about the limits. Sorry, do you want page 4.5? Let's see, find it with you. Page 46 of the agenda. It talks about the limits on the number of councillors, and I would like to suggest that we will support it if, with regards to population of between $5,000 and $75,000. Sorry, 75,000 people, the requirement should be changed to 5 to 11 councillors, including the mayor president. So that's one change. So changing the
I'll
word.
just check with the mover on that first one to see if they accept it. And the seconder? Yep. So we'll make that as part of the substantive motion.
That's great. And the second one is 6.8, which is on page 6.8.
Page 61.
Page 61, paragraph 6.8, which talks about the cost of waste service to be specified on rates notices. My proposal is that the change will only be supported if it doesn't affect the discount that pensioners are currently eligible for. We did discuss this issue previously. So that will be a conditional. So only if pensions are not going to be affected by this change, we will support it.
Okay, I'll just check with the mover and seconder. Yep, you're happy with that? Happy with that?
Thank you.
So both of those
That's it.
amendments will
Thank
form
you.
part of the substantive, and I'll just check with the minute taker. The first one was the councillor numbers. Instead of 9, change it to 11. I'll just give the minute taker a moment.
Madam Mayor, sorry. May I
Councillor
ask a
Palmer?
question?
Yes, go ahead.
As a senior ratepayer, should I leave the room because that's financial?
I'll just go to the CEO.
Through the chair, councils have a general exemption in relation to the setting of rates and that sort of stuff, so no.
I'll just check with the minute taker.
Just need to check as well. I believe it was 4.3 and 4.4.
Yes, that's correct. 4.3 and 4.4. I've had that.
I'll just check, are there any other amendments from councillors before we go on? No? Just see, would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Sutherland.
I don't know if I'm speaking against, I just want to make a pontificating moment and say a few things. Look, this proposed reforms
My apologies. The mover and seconder. Sorry, the CEO confused me. Councillor Sutherland, go ahead.
Look, as I said, reading through these recommendations and this report does remind me how complicated local government has got over the years. Some of these target themes that the government's looking at is supposed to be obviously focusing on creating simplicity and the workings of the council. In my opinion, it doesn't focus on the ratepayers. I can't see how it's going to create savings for the ratepayer, and that's the initial one of the reasons I believe, my role as a councillor. Firstly, one of my issues is that the review came out of bureaucrat reports. Obviously, the government review panel finding from the City of Perth, the millions that were spent on that City of Perth review, and some of those were obviously bought into it because of the dysfunctionality of that council at the time. The other thing that concerns me is that every time I see things like earlier intervention, more effective regulation, I know it means more cost to the council, mandatory training, red card resolutions, stronger penalties, all more cost burdens for the council. This does cost money to the council, and all these are extra panels, etc., always adds to the cost. I was encouraged by the council, the findings to try and share more resources. I think we've got a great story here in Basie with the GIS services. It's really, really good, and we could build on that. I totally agree with the mover and the seconder about preferential voting. I'm old enough, I'm probably one of the oldest on this council now, and I have seen it been put in and out of different local government reforms over the last 20 years with mixed success. The key is compulsory voting. I do agree with Councillor Johnston that if we're going to do this, we don't just pick the eyes out of things, we do this consistently and have compulsory voting. I personally think, in my experience, preferential voting does encourage more tickets and does get more political, which, we're trying to stop that. Also, just a note on encouraging directly elected mayors. I know that there is this thought out there that if you have a directly elected mayor, you voted for that person, and then some people think, well, they can fix all the ills of the world. They can't, because it's only one vote. They only have one vote. And I do see good and bad in both systems, but I do think when the mayor is elected by a council, it does come together more like a board because the mayor is being chosen by their peers. Otherwise, you get a mayor that's got, you know, a few dollars. They can go out there, get all the votes, and then all the councillors are going, oh, this person, I don't like this person, I'm not going to vote for them. And it just gets a bit messy. So that's just I'm not saying that will happen, but I'm just saying that. And you do sometimes need many thousands of dollars for this. And again, that to me encourages more politics rather than the individualism. So that's the other one. The biggest concern I have, as I said, go back to the beginning, was raising the cost on the ratepayer. I would like the government to look more at giving council more autonomy in raising funds to try and broaden our revenue base, whether it's through loans, borrowing, whatever. Looking at what they do in local governments in the US and in Canada, they have much more autonomy there and they can do much more. So they also maybe having the ability to share recreational facilities with the state government. It always beyond me that you go down Russell Street, you see beautiful John Forrest there with these beautiful basketball courts. Why can't we use those basketball courts when we're at the height of the basketball season? If we could supply an officer there to look after it, I just don't get it. So those sorts of things, I think that this review would be better off looking at than rather communication agreements and all the other things that they want. And finally, I really don't agree with councillors getting superannuation. I don't mind if the officers put our money into a super, but getting super from council, I don't agree with that. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth on this this reform.
Thank you. Councillor Osazowski.
Following up from what Councillor Sutherland said about revenue, I asked a question last week of the CEO, do these reforms do anything to help local governments improve their revenue position and allow them to access other revenue streams that currently aren't accessible? And the CEO was kind enough, well, honestly, said, no, this doesn't do anything at all in that space. And I think this is a lost opportunity. The Local Government Act was done in, 65, I think, reformed 1995. So there's long periods of time between the local government, reforms. So I just think this is a lost opportunity at a time when local governments across the board are strapped for cash and are trying to find ways to pay for new assets and trying to find ways to pay to maintain current assets. And we have no flexibility from our state government allowing us to use modern financial tools, as an example, to access money from elsewhere. We've got a world of capital out there, a world of people waiting to invest in Australia. It's one of the safest places to be at the moment, yet we're restricted completely in our ability to access those finances. So I would really love to see the local government minister looking at loosening the noose as such on local governments and allowing them to access other revenue sources and basically giving them a sense of their own, their own ability to self-determination, take control of their future. I think they need to let local governments go, let them grow up and go and focus on the rest of the third of the continent that they've been, asked to look after. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak to this? I'll just say that I echo the comments by Councillor Osazowski. I really do support compulsory voting, so I'm glad that amendment has been included in there. And I also have doubts about the preferential voting, but I'd just really like to encourage all councillors, everyone involved in local government and community members to take the time and write a submission on this. It's really important, as it's already been mentioned, it's been a long time between reviews, 1995 until now, so this really is an opportunity to have your say, so I'd really highly encourage everyone to make a submission. I'll go to the CEO.
Sorry, it's just through the mayor, just some minor wording changes in part 2. Just after attachment 1, it just needs to read as amended, just to pick up the changes that were made tonight.
I'll go to the mover to close.
Can I just ask a question first? Is it all right? Is it too late to ask a question?
No, go ahead.
Sorry, apologies. I was just going to ask if the city was aware that the consultation period has been extended.
Go to the CEO.
Through the mayor, yes, I saw that came out this afternoon. It's only till the 25th of February is my
Yeah.
understanding.
Great, thank you. I'll go to the mover to close.
Yeah, look, I probably don't have a lot more to say on this one. The local government review has been going on since I was first elected in various forms, and it kind of looked like it was going one way, and then it got sort of shoved down to another committee and has come back to us in this form. In the middle was the City of Perth inquiry, and obviously that formed a lot of the recommendations in here. So that's all I'll add to that. But thank you.
Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. The next item, councillors, is item 10.1.3, pulled by Councillor Peterson-Pick. Would you like to move the officer's recommendation?
No, Madam Mayor, I have an alternative motion, which is prepared.
Okay,
which was
just
prepared
wait for
by
that to get on the
officer.
screen. Would you like to read it out?
I'm happy to read it. Okay, so it's just missing the numbers of the paragraphs. So we have 1, 2, and 3. So we'll start with 1 for the minute taker, and you can number the paragraphs accordingly. So 1, approves in principle that the current pavilion in Gibney Reserve be used for an out-of-school hours care service from 6 January 2024, subject to all relevant approvals being obtained and the building being renovated in order to comply with the relevant requirements of the approvals. Number 2, we might want to add the numbers. Number 2 requests the city to prepare a report about the process and timeframes for initiating an expression of interest or tender process to list the pavilion to an OSH, which is out of school hours care, including investigating whether the building can be used by a commercial operator or not, and present it to an ordinary council meeting by June 2022. 3, requests the city, in consultation with the Maylands Peninsula Primary School, to allocate, subject to all approvals being obtained, an area of land which could also fit a playground adjacent to the pavilion to potentially be used as a fenced outdoor space by future out-of-school hours care, and ensure that any Gibney Reserve redevelopment plans take this into account.
Just ask if there's a seconder. Councillor Bull.
Just very quickly, impartiality interest. I'm a member of the Bayswater Childcare Association, which does provide after-school hours care, and who knows whether they would be in the market for something like this. So just out of an abundance of caution, it's impartial.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
I might have to say ditto, the same thing on the childcare issue. Thank you.
Councillor Sutherland.
All right, I'll do the same.
Okay,
All
so
impartial.
you're declaring an impartiality interest in the item. Thank you, councillors. I'll go to the mover.
Thank you. Look, we did discuss this issue several months ago when I moved my notice of motion. We do have a crisis with regards to out-of-school hours care, servicing the Maylands Peninsula Primary School, which we have families from both Maylands and Bayswater attending that school, the kids. There are dozens of children that are on a waiting list for an out-of-school hours care because there is not enough space. We only have currently 2, maybe 3 in the future. I know of many more that are not even on the waiting list because there is no point to be on the waiting list. So we are talking about parents that do not have where to put their kids while they're at work. So this is serious. This is serious. And we did talk about this issue. I also would like to remind councillors, you may recall the recent JDEP decision with regards to the development of the complex on the corner of Guildford Road and 8th Avenue, that complex that will become 9 stories. One of the 2 childcare centres that we have, the out-of-school hours services that we have in Maylands, is at that building. And if that is going to be developed, that will take years. So we are going to lose one of the 2 services. So you can imagine what will happen very soon if they will start the development. This is a crisis. I thank the officers for preparing the report. Obviously, it looks like we cannot do anything with the building before Football West are leaving the building, which they are intending to in January 2024. But we can start the process to already identify the building for that purpose. There is no other need for that. And this is the ideal purpose for such a building, which is, for those who don't know, it is literally next to the school, on the reserve. You don't need to cross any road, nothing. You don't even cross the reserve. It's literally next to the school, but on city reserve. Supporting this motion will allow the city to start the process and provide certainty by starting to look, once we approve it in June, and approve the process for tendering and see who might be interested to operate from that location. My intention is that we will find someone who will take care of the building and undertake all the renovations and all that stuff. We will just allocate the building because there is no other way to find a solution to this problem. The school board, the PNC, parents are all looking forward to that. That is the solution that we have, as I mentioned. And look, I'll be happy to answer any specific questions if you have. I know it is a bit technical, but it is only approving in principle, so there is some certainty, and we can start looking at some providers. Thank you.
Councillor Bull.
Yeah, just before I commence speaking on this, I just want to, if I may, just get some clarification on the nature of my interest I need to disclose. I'm on the committee of the Bayswater Childcare Association, but I'm also the treasurer. I assume it's okay to be impartial because this is not a decision directly relating to the committee, but I just want to seek some guidance on this one.
Yeah, I'll go to the CEO.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Simply because you're an office bearer on an association doesn't automatically create a financial interest. In this case, all we're doing is preliminary investigations. Yeah. It's not making a decision to specifically allocate to that group, so be an impartiality interest.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I've got nothing to add.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, I was happy to support the officer's recommendation on this one. The alternate here I'm not so certain about because I think that just goes that step further, bearing in mind that there is a current leaseholder in there with a current valid lease till 2024, and I think that's just, for me, I feel that that's just, it's too strong and it's too in the face for it, whereas here is entirely appropriate and in line with the previous motion to continue to work with them and explore it and the usage of it. So, I'm really hesitant about going that far with it, so I'd like to foreshadow the officer's recommendation. I won't be supporting what's on the table.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on it? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Look, I will highlight that the officers helped me to draft this motion and advise that it is workable, and I thank them for that. I'll highlight again that there is no other solution, and the other way would be to allocate space on the reserve to build a new building for an out-of-school hours care, and that is not something that is ideal, but that will be the next push by the school community, which I think if we have a building which will be vacant in 2 years' time, and Football West have indicated very clearly that they will leave the building and they don't need it anymore. So why not? Why wouldn't we help the second biggest public primary school in Perth, which happens to be in Maylands? Why not help 700 families every year that need that service? You know, we're all pushing women to go and work, but they need that service for someone to look after their kids. Some of them do not have families, do not have grandparents that can assist. That is the only way for them. And as I mentioned, JDEP supported that development, and we will lose one of those services. So I hope councillors will support it.
Thank you. All those in, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Ostrowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. Then that is lost. So we'll go to the foreshadowed motion from the Deputy Mayor.
I don't think I need to speak any more to that.
I'll see if
Madam
there's a seconder. Councillor Peterson-Pick, would you like to speak?
First of all, thank you for those councillors who did support the motion. I appreciate that. Look, the motion on the table from the officers does not provide any certainty. It will come back, this issue. I will bring it back, which is unfortunate. We could have resolved this issue. If we need to bring the parents here and have a full public gallery, we can do that. And then for those councillors who did not support it, they can sense the need. I thought that is enough for me to explain. But yeah, we can continue to discuss it. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on it? I'll go to the mover to close. I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Bull. That is carried. The next item is 10.2.3. That's been pulled by the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, no, I just pulled this one to vote against.
Do I have anyone who'd like to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Sutherland, do I have a seconder?
No, but I've got a an alternate motion I'd like to put.
I'll just see. So you're seconding Councillor Sutherland? Just checking if there's a seconder for you moving the officer's recommendation. Councillor Palmer, you're seconding. I'll go to the mover.
Look, I reluctantly support this. It is a lot of money, but again, going back to what I talked about, local government reform, considering the ageing infrastructure and trying to maximise our recreation facilities, for which the council is one of our core businesses, I need to support this. It is part of the council core duty to provide these services. And I don't think, the only thing I would like to say again is, just reiterate, like I did before, I can't understand for the life of me why we can't look at sharing facilities with schools. But I've been down that track before, so yeah, I think we need to do this.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
No, I respect everything and agree with Councillor Sutherland and what she's saying, especially regarding the school. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just pull this to vote against because, you know, it's good projects, but I can't say it enough. You know, I really struggle with debt. You know, I don't like this, the city getting into this position of having to borrow $4 million odd. I can't support it in good faith.
Councillor Eason.
If I could just speak in support of the motion on the table.
Go ahead.
Yep. Look, borrowing is not often seen as a popular choice. However, in many instances, it is a viable and financially prudent option for long-term assets that deliver many social benefits like the ones listed tonight. Borrowing in these instances allows costs to be intergenerationally distributed, and by that I mean it's paid for over many users of these facilities during their life cycle and the borrowing period. As opposed to the alternative option where we essentially slap current ratepayers in our district right now up front. People move home, others come in, so borrowing provides a mechanism to distribute costs over a broader base, which in my view provides a fairer outcome and is also allows us to act when required, not having to find money we don't have or haven't budgeted for. It's not to say we seek to debt the city up or make financially unwise choices. or when to use a borrowing facility, not at all. But with interest rates at record lows and very attractive and secure loan terms available, now is the time to utilise borrowing options available. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Councillor Sutherland?
No, I agree with everything that was said.
Okay, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Easton, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnston and myself. All those against? Deputy Mayor, that is carried. Thank you. The next item is 10.3.1, pulled by Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This has been oh, sorry, do you want a second?
You're moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes, yes, with a slight amendment.
With an amendment? I'll just check what the amendment is.
Basically, we're looking at changing the item 3.
Lim 3?
Yep.
Removing Lim 3?
Well, we're going to amend it.
You're going to amend Lim 3? Do you have does the minute take have the wording?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, I'll just get them and I'll just check. We'll just wait till it comes up. And then I'll see if there's a seconder.
Put your hand up quickly.
Do you have the Lim 3 if you'd like to read it out?
Yep. Have you got a seconder first?
Councillor
Okay.
Ostaszowski seconding.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, with this, obviously, it's a central ward situation where we've been involved. When I say we, that's myself and Councillor Ostaszowski for nearly a year on this item. So if you would allow me and give the grace to Councillor Ostaszowski to read that, please. Thank you.
Of course.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. So we're leaving Lim 1 and Lim 2 as they were, but we're taking out the Lim 3 and replacing it with a different lim. As Councillor Palmer said, she's been involved with the Bath Road area for a while, and I too have been involved in that area, and I believe Councillor Maleka also door-knocked that area during election. And so I understand the feedback from the residents is they just want this 50k an hour speed sign, and from my learnings over the last week, I don't feel as though residents want speed humps. So they are happy to take the 50k an hour, which I believe Main Roads has now supported. So they're happy to go with the 50k an hour and to allow that to do its job in slowing traffic down instead of putting in some speed humps. So a couple of signs versus a couple of $1,000. So I think number 3 is what we need now. It acknowledges Main Roads WA for supporting the request to reduce the speed limit to 50k an hour, and requests the Chief Executive Officer to arrange the permanent installation of Remember 50 km/h in built-up area signs at both ends of Bath Road.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against?
Excuse me. Can I just revert back to myself?
So I'll just seek some guidance.
Thank you. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think it was actually ended up being Councillor Ostaszowski moved and Councillor Palmer
Okay,
seconded.
we'll
I think
reverse
was
that
what-
then.
I thought that's what you had indicated. Otherwise, Councillor Palmer.
It was
will
sort of
have
a
to close.
jointly thing from there. So am I able to talk on it?
So I'll just confirm, is Councillor Ostaszowski moving or Councillor
I'm
Palmer
happy
moving?
I'm happy for Councillor Ostaszowski to move it. He spoke. It doesn't
Councillor
matter.
Palmer, you're moving, so I'll come back to you for closing.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. I'm sure everything is in order. I just remember that we had speed hump issues with gallery entourage there, you know, and trucks going over, 6 o'clock workmen going over humps, going down Langley Road and a few others. Therefore, when speed cushions happened on this item, it was something that we really had to amend. And I'm very pleased that the consultation with the city and councillors has brought a very successful item 3 on this. So I take it as it is. Thank you.
I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 10.3.2, inclusion and accessibility at Barton Park, pulled by the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Eveson's actually got an alternate prepared for this one, which I think I would like to second.
Okay, so Councillor Easton, are you moving?
Yes, please.
You're moving an
An
alternate
alternate.
recommendation. What's the recommendation?
I'll just bring it up on the screen.
The minute taker has it. Okay, I'll just give them a moment. Unless you,
I can
you
read
can
it.
start reading it out, please. Would you mind turning off your mic?
If Councillor Earhart didn't want to move that, then it would have gone past her to me and I would have pulled this. So now Councillor Earhart is saying she doesn't want to, she pulled it, but she doesn't want to move it. So how does that work when I would have pulled it had I had the opportunity?
Okay, so you're happy to, Councillor Earhart. I'm happy to leave it with the way that it is, because you can pull you can pull it to ask a question or do anything, and you made a comment, and the comment was, and then he decided to move it. So I'm happy to leave it that way. Could you please read, and then I'll see if you have a seconder.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies for that. The motion is that council, in regards to development of concept designs, consultation, necessary approvals, and an estimate of probable costs for the development of the whole of Barton Park, including the provision of universal access from the upper level to the lower level of Barton Park, requests the Chief Executive Officer to, .point 1, seek expressions of interest from the local universities for a possible partnership with the city on the project, and .point 2, bring a report to council by March, so I think it might say, no, it's got March, yep. So March 2022, with the outcome of the expression of interest process and cost implications for consideration for an allocation in the 2022-23 budget.
So I'll just confirm with the minute taker that the numbering needs to be altered from what's on the screen. So it should be so the first paragraph shouldn't have a number, and then it's 1 and 2. No, so in regards shouldn't have a 1 next to it. And then seek expressions should be number 1. Okay, so do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please. So, look, in the past few years, I've had seen a lot of innovation come from young people in our community, out of the box thinking and empowerment, refreshing points of view. I've seen it with skate and bike community for the skate park relocation at Watton Reserve, and again, most recently with Chisholm's Stellatus program, where 13-year-old students tackled planning for our growing population using locations within the city, which was truly inspiring. So when reading over this proposal for Barton Park, I see a similar opportunity I'd like to explore. An opportunity to provide a real-world case study right here in our city, where we can seek guidance from our young people and assist them to shape this important public open space. They won't be alone. Mentoring and guidance from city officers, their university professors and teaching staff, not just in landscape and accessibility design, but other technical areas like environment and culture. There is huge potential to start forming a partnership with education institutions by providing case studies like Barton Park now and in the future. So I urge councillors to vote for this alternate motion, which enables betterment of one of our region's best river frontage public open spaces and kicks off what I hope is the beginning of a bright future of partnering with our future designers and planners. A true win-win. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I've got a feeling that everyone probably opened up this report and read that first line of council considers allocation of 200,000 for concept designs and consultation, and probably the same as me went, gee, crikey. It always seems to be these big dollar amounts associated with designs and plans, and it's something that can make good things for an area become unstuck. I really like this idea. I think it is innovative. It's out of the box thinking. It's supporting our university students as well as supporting our community and our city ratepayers. I think this could be a win-win scenario and could give us something potentially great in that area. Speaking on the broader structure of this, I know that originally my motion was based solely around that accessibility. I do like how the officers have come back with a more holistic view on this, because there are other things that they need looking at, and that this is a way to make sure that it does work as a cohesive, holistic design. So yeah, I thank you for the officers for doing that, and thank you for Councillor Eveson for creative thinking.
Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor
Not
Johnson?
against, but I just have a few questions.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just not sure. You know, my understanding is universities are pretty cash strapped right now, and are probably more looking to do fee for service type of stuff rather than partnership. So I'm a little bit nervous that this, you know, still doesn't have cost implications. And likewise, the timeline by March 2022 seems to be like the universities are finishing up now, they'll be starting up then. So I'm just not sure how realistic that is. I'm just wondering, perhaps if the officers or anyone or the mover could comment on that, please.
I'll go to the director for comment.
Through the chair, in terms of time frame, it is a ambitious time frame, but we have got some information already prepared. So we'll be dusting off that information and preparing the documentation as soon as possible. In terms of the actual university, we will be touching base with them and making sure that they're fully aware that this is coming, and so they can prepare to put in an expression of interest if they're interested in pursuing it. I think that's all the answers.
Anyone like to speak for? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
I also have a few questions.
Go
if I
ahead.
can. I guess it is a question to the mover. So I'm also a bit confused. So the mover has been talking about using the whole of Bowden Park and space for some cycling or something that I heard. I don't remember. So which space are we talking about that is going to be used and redeveloped?
No, look, it wasn't anything about cycling. It was just, I guess, the connection between youth and utilising the inspiration from young people in design. So it's the same scope that's currently in the report. There's no change from that. So it is Bowden Park. Looking at it.
Which space you're planning to talks about development. So which development?
The upper and lower. So as per the report, that has the accessibility ramp, or some options for the accessibility ramp from the upper section to the lower section.
Thank you. Okay, so look, I understand that it is very much what we read in the report, just in different words for some reason. So I am also feel a bit quite nervous about this. The report talks about a project that can cost $1 million. I do not feel comfortable supporting something like this at this stage. $1 million, it's quite a lot. And this will cost quite a lot of money just starting this. It's another report. I think it was good to have the report done for this meeting. Now we understand that is quite a major project. And I think we have bigger priorities, even though I do think that we do need to have at some point, and we need to resolve the access issues there. As I mentioned last time, I do remember and still remember how I used to push the pram, my pram with 2 babies up the hill constantly on a weekly basis. So I understand what many people are going through there. But whether it is a priority for the council to spend $1 million potentially, I do not feel comfortable to support a process like that. And knowing the issues that the Bennetts Lakes, for example, have, we just approved borrowing of $4 million. Borrowing of $4 million, and now we are doing something like this. And when we do need money, when we do need funding for other wards, for South Ward, I come to council and ask for that. I cannot ask for something like this, even though it is a South Ward. It will be nice. I'm sure many residents would like it, but I think council should help residents with the most essential project that we do have. I think we should focus on the essentials at this stage, paying the other projects, focusing on returning the money that we have just agreed to borrow. We have a plan, the place-based strategy. Why did we approve it? I don't know, the report doesn't even talk about it, but it talks about redeveloping Bardon Park in 2029. So I think that is probably should happen when we are redeveloping the playground and all that area. I will foreshadow a different motion to give councillors who do not want to go ahead with a $1 million project an opportunity to support something else. I will read it out loud to the minute taker. It's quite simple. Request the CEO to ensure that the option of providing universal access from the upper level to the lower level of Bardon Park is considered during any future redevelopment plans for the park. So I think it should be looked at some point. Yeah, we're just now going to embark on the Mellons Brickworks project. We don't know how much money that would cost us. We can spread the money, you know, we can spread the money, but at some point it will come back to us. Yeah, I had another point, but I think that's enough. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, can I ask if the motion on the table could be amended, please?
What would you like as an amendment?
For the, we've heard from the Friends of Malgamonga Bardon Park tonight already, and I just think that if we're talking to folks, we should definitely include talking to them. I'm just wondering if they can be specifically mentioned in this motion somewhere, perhaps in limb 1, sorry.
So consultation with the Friends group.
Yeah. Sure. If the, yeah, just long as
I'll go to the mover, and you accept that amendment, and the seconder, you accept the amendment. So I'll just check with the minute taker that we're adding an additional limb 3 that says sorry, do you mind putting your microphone?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. If we're making that amendment for the consultation there, I don't want to get too specific on it now, but I think we're including the Friends of Bardon Park. We also need to include the First Nations people in that area because it is quite a significant site.
Just check with the mover. You're happy with that amendment. So can I just get some advice on the wording for Lim 3?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, it might be just easier in regards to development of concept design, consultation with all relevant key stakeholder groups, necessary approvals, and I think that picks it up through there. That way we won't limit it to a number of groups, so just in the first line there. So it'll be concept design, consultation with all key stakeholder groups.
I'll just check.
Necessary approvals.
I'll just check with the if that captures the intention of the amendment.
Probably be happy if the Friends group was specifically mentioned, make sure that is captured, although I'm sure it would be.
So I'll just go to the mover. What would you?
Yeah, that's fine to specifically mention. They're definitely an important group, the First Nations people as well, and that part of the consultation.
Consultation with the Friends of Bardon Park group.
Yep.
First Nation.
And other key stakeholders.
And other key stakeholders. Yeah. Just check that the minute taker has that. Just a comma after groups. We're happy with that wording? Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on it? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Yeah, so look, I understand Councillor Peterson-Pick's point regards to funding. The hurdle here is that $200,000 for the actual planning phase. So there is some POS funding available, and a large volume of that actually came from that area. So the problem with POS funding is that we can't utilise that for design, consultation, that sort of thing. So the intent of this motion is to seek a partnership with young people and get the benefits from I guess that fresh perspective and do it as a partnership. But the funding for the actual execution phase would be coming from that POS. So I don't necessarily agree with some of the points made about the financial strain, timing, etc. Because it can be picked up with that POS, which is its intention. So thank you.
Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick and Councillor Johnson. The motion is carried. The next item is 10.3.4, pulled by 10.3.3. No one pulled it, but it requires an absolute majority. So I'll ask if there's anyone who'd like to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Eveson seconding. Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Eveson.
Nothing, thank you.
Anyone like to speak to it? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Next one is 10.3.4, pulled by Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for that. I just want to move the officer's recommendation and make a comment.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to note that this this meeting refers to the special EMRC meeting that was held where our councillors, Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Ostaszowski, were appointed to the various committees, and the election was held for the EMRC chairman, which is Councillor Congerton from the City of Swan, and the deputy chairman, which is Councillor O'Connor from the City of Kalamunda.
Councillor Sutherland.
No, I've got nothing to add to that.
Councillor Ostaszowski.
Thank you. I just want to say it's great that we were able, as through discussions prior to that meeting, we were able to then in the meeting get Councillor Johnson onto the Metropolitan Waste Advisory Council. So I'm really happy that someone with Councillor Johnson's, I suppose, knowledge and respect in that space is able to be on that committee.
Would anyone else like to speak to it? I'll go to the mover to close.
Nothing further.
Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous by those in the room. The next item is 10.6.1, pulled by Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to move the committee's recommendations with a comment.
So are you making an amendment?
No, just a comment.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. So I just want to note that in this report that came from the Audit and Risk Committee, we looked at a number of, and you'll see included in the report, a number of progress reports on our corporate strategies. And I just want to thank the council's staff and officers for their work on progressing the strategies that we've set for them, and acknowledge their work and note that some of the strategies will be continuing and renewing, and we'll have the opportunity to make those decisions in the coming months.
Councillor Sutherland.
I've got nothing to add.
Would anyone like to speak on it? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Nothing further.
Put that to the vote. All those in favour? And that is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 10.6.1.2. Nobody pulled it, but it requires an absolute majority. Would anyone like to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Palmer, would anyone like to second? This is 10.6.1.2, the debtor's write-off. An absolute majority is required for Limb 2, so we need to vote. No, because it requires an absolute majority. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, so Councillor Palmer is moving. I'll just check if there's a seconder. Councillor Johnson? Councillor Palmer, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Johnson? Would anyone like to speak to it? I'll go to the mover to close. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item that has been pulled is 10.6.2.9 by Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation as is. Thank you. If I get a seconder.
The officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Johnson. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. This is off the top of my head simply because I've lost my notes on that. But I just feel that the officer's recommendation is very succinct, sticks to the point, protects the actual verges with regard to trees that are already in existence. And I just also feel that if we do allow, which in this doesn't, neighbours to just chop branches off here and there, we could end up with a very unprofessional, unsightly look of trees and bushes everywhere. And I think the officers are very well capable of doing professional felling and timber cutting without the need for others doing it. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, and likewise, sorry without notes. The officer's recommendation talked about fixing up some of the problems that they've had experience with. So this item refers to our maintenance of trees on the verges. These are trees that belong to the city, to all of the residents, and that are on city-based water managed land. These are our trees. And the officers have obviously had experience, you know, through the people on the ground. They made some, you know, sensible recommendations to tidy up that policy, making changes that were recommended by the committee that would allow trees to be pruned simply because they dropped leaves. I think is quite unworkable, and we've had feedback that it would be very expensive. It also doesn't help us achieve, you know, the intent. The original intent of this policy was to help us achieve canopy increase, which is just vitally important to our city and to our community. And this was one mechanism that we could try and achieve that. So I completely support the officer's recommendation on this.
Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Sowski.
Sorry, can you just clarify for me what we are speaking on at the moment, please?
So the motion that has been moved is the officer's recommendation as per page 88. The officer's recommendation. So that's what's been put forward. Would you like to speak on what's on the table? No? Would anyone like to speak to what's on the table? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, I would like to thank Councillor Palmer for moving the officer's recommendation. I also do not support the committee's recommendation. I would like to think that it involves some mistakes that perhaps the committee did not think fully of what they are proposing. I'd like to thank the officers for preparing the memorandum that we all received today. I requested it. I was a bit quite shocked about the changes that were proposed to the policy. So it was very good to understand the significant implications if we were to go with the committee's original recommendation. And I'll just touch a few of the, for those who do think to support the committee, just a few of the proposed changes by the committee. One of the changes that was proposed is to require any new tree to be planted on a verge to receive prior approval of the property owner. This is not only, this is just this change. not only stop the progress of this council, doesn't even take us backward. This is unprecedented. We never had this kind of requirement. It means that it will stop the city from, for example, planting along specific main roads to shade pedestrians. This goes against walkability, against accessibility. We want to encourage people to walk. We want people to plant. We want the city to plant trees along main routes. That will prevent that. Councillor Johnson touched some of the other changes, the removal of that appearance and aesthetics. That will allow any person who says, I do not like the look, just the look of the tree on the verge, to be eligible to get the tree to be removed. That is unbelievable. The committee even removed, I saw, the ability of the city to refer a poisoning of a tree to the police. Why would the committee do something like this? If the city thinks that specific situation of poisoning of a verge tree, which is a city asset, ratepayers' asset, is so significant, what happened then, they want to refer it to the police. Why would the committee tell the city, no, you're not allowed to do this? This is, I can go through each one of them. So I thank Councillor Palmer for moving the original officers' recommendation and what was drafted by the officers, which I thought was very sensible, reasonable, and continue the progress that we have been seeing during the last 4 years.
Councillor Eveson.
Thank you. I'd like to speak against and foreshadow the committee's recommendation, please.
Go ahead, speak.
No worries. Trees. Trees will always be a heavily debated topic with our community. However, it should not be a polarising one. In fact, it is vital that trees are a topic the community unites on. For far too long, it has been portrayed there are two distinct sides to the discussion, those who love trees and those who do not. But that view is simply not the case, and the changes in this policy are steps forward towards a more balanced approach that aligns with community expectation in our district. There's no vilification of those calling out for more common sense. It's about improving policy and getting balance, a policy that serves everyone. I won't address every change, simply a few that I feel are most notable, like amending the current opt-out regime, one that delivers household confusion and concern if a glossy flyer that's dropped in the letterbox isn't correctly understood. Then months later, a tree arrives in the front verge. And sadly, sometimes those confusion trees are removed later once the owner is adequately informed. Everyone loses. Instead, we need to better inform residents about the values of tree canopy so they can opt in and take ownership of their new tree, look after it, potentially in the future prune it. A more harmonious contribution toward rebuilding a canopy decimated predominantly by large-scale state government-led projects. Also included are amendments around pruning to improve cleanliness and fence overhangs. Again, another concern raised by many residents. Fence overhangs are addressed to better align with private property law, where neighbours can appropriately prune as and when required. A common sense policy that already works. Another important change is a standard approach to tree removal for subdivision or development. Application or the commonly used Halliwell amenity calculation provides certainty for both mum and dad developers and more experienced developers alike. So I call on councillors tonight to support the committee's recommendation and seize the opportunity to provide balance, certainty and common sense to trees in our district. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on the motion? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'm on the committee that that talked about this, and I suppose for me the one of the biggest issues in relation to this was the lack of alignment there with the other policies to do with trees. So I suppose that's there in both of them, but I think that there is a lot to be said there for those common sense approaches. There are lots of stories of trees showing up on verges and then just getting pulled out. Not being looked after, and we penalise people who do look after their verge trees because they're not allowed to prune their trees. Then we have tree loppers that come in and arguably sometimes are a bit too enthusiastic. There needs to be a happy medium there where we can better work with our community to appreciate the value of trees and not demonise them.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Sazowski.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in. So we're talking about the committee's recommendation now. Is that correct?
No.
No. Okay. Sorry.
No.
I'm holding off. Sorry. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Bull.
I have a question to the committee members who voted in favour of this. I'd be interested for each committee member to explain how they got comfortable in taking out the provision around the city referring a poison tree to the police.
I'm happy to answer that, but I will go to the chair of the committee, I think. So I'll go to the chair.
So you're in the committee meeting as well. Feel free if you would, Madam Mayor. But look, it was very comfortable that we're trying to get away from, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned, demonising trees, and it's become this taboo. Do not touch. Do not pass go. We need to be encouraging, incentivising, and promoting a more popular outcome in regards to tree retention. And encouraging the love of trees rather than forcing it down people's throats. Specifically for the vandalism, if vandalism is vandalism, that can be sent to the police regardless of a policy. So I don't think it needs to be mentioned specifically in a policy there for that approach either. So.
And I'll just add that clause was never in the original policy. The officers just added it into their amended policy. So it's never been in there. It's never been a position of council to do that in the past. It was a new provision added in.
And that was your reason why you were happy to take it out, because it hadn't been in before?
I don't believe in. I don't believe that we should be dobbing in people to the police. That's not the approach that I want to take with my ratepayers. I would like to promote positive interactions.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, for me it was more based on when we asked for further information as to how many had been referred to police, what the situations were in rounds to vandalism of trees. The simple fact was that the answer was that none had been referred through to because of often where those vandalised trees are, there was the lack of CCTV or lack of evidence, so there was nothing really to refer through to the police. And back that up with, do we need a policy to refer it to the police? That is, if they've got evidence, they would automatically send it through to the police. So for me, it was around that we've had tree vandalisms over years, but there hasn't been anything that's been referred through anyway.
Would you like to talk on the item? Would anyone else like to speak to the item? I just would like to clarify some of the comments that Councillor Peterson addressed in his debate, in terms of he did state that this will now allow trees to be removed for aesthetics. This policy does not allow trees to be removed, so that won't happen. And then in terms of the accessibility, just the comment that was made that if there's no trees, it's not contributing to accessibility. I attended an accessibility workshop on Friday at the city, and the comments from the members in that workshop in terms of when they were doing the walk around the Morley Town Centre was that the roots of the trees on the footpath were causing them tripping hazards, and they didn't support that. So that's just another thing to consider as well. That's all I'd like to add. And I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. It's a really important subject. We've got between 30 and 40,000 trees within the city, and we're not going to get perfection. What we have got is an officer's recommendation that down the line is straightforward and very balanced. And from that point of view, I think we are very, very well equipped with tree protection. I also feel that when it comes to fence overhangs, this has always been that whoever has the overhanging can cut those branches off and either throw them back to the neighbour or politely put them in the FOGO bin. So from that point of view, I don't think there is a problem. There has been, obviously, people will be out there to say, oh, the neighbour's tree is getting on my nerves. It's, got flies and I'm allergic to flies. So we're always going to have that. So it's striking a happy medium with the officer's recommendation covers a really good common sense approach to the actual servicing of the trees, the growth, the choice of tree. Everything is there in a very balanced, well understood form in layman's terms, not just for us, but also for our residents. And that's why I feel it's very well recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion that's on the table to the vote, which is the officer's recommendation. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrzowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. That is lost, and there's a foreshadowed motion being the committee's recommendation. And I'll see if there's a seconder. Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Eason.
Look, no, I think I addressed it in my, I guess, against the original recommendation. Look, it's coming just off an election. It was very much a topic of discussion. Common sense. Trees are taboo. We need to try and get some balance, and that's what this recommendation does. And that's why we did work hard in that committee meeting to try and deliver a better balanced approach and get it back to where it needs to be. So that's all I'd like to say.
Councillor Sutherland.
I echo the reasoning from Councillor Everson. Everybody that I talk to in my area that want just a common sense approach, it doesn't take forever just to talk about these things and not being so taboo. So I think this is a happy medium.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I think if we went around to our residents and says, we're going to give you something that's going to increase the value of your house by $25,000 for free, keep it cool in summer and add biodiversity to our neighbourhood, you know, totally everyone's going to win. I don't think that changes this. I don't think the proposed changes this policy. And so that would be a great conversation to have. I don't think the proposed changes to this policy are going to help. You know, we could tweak around about whether you're going to dob people into the police or not. But at the end of the day, we've now got a policy which, you know, the email that we got today says is going to cost us $200,000, potentially $200,000 a year, every year, to chop down the trees that we're trying to prune the trees, unnecessarily in my view, prune the trees that we're trying so hard to grow, that are going to add, you know, no one, whether they're in wheels or a walker or on a bike or a scooter or on a pram, wants to walk down a street that's not shaded. So I think that's the number one thing about making our streets more walkable, is actually to have trees, not to demonise them. We had a policy that, you know, was going to help us to maintain them well for our community. So yeah, I really don't think that all those stuff need to be stripped out of the officer's recommendation.
Would anyone else like to speak on the motion? Councillor Ostrzowski.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak in regards to limb number 4 there. I'm responsible for that one there. I find it unreasonable that a resident can't give a real minor prune or a little trim to a tree that's on their verge if they think it needs to be trimmed. In Bath Road, there's some trees over some people's driveways, and I know that they are letting them hang down over their driveways at the moment, and they're letting their cars hit them as they're driving in and out of their driveways, and they're fearful for being able to prune off, maybe 20 centimetres of a little bit that's hanging down for fear of getting a fine, and people are saying that, well, we'll just go out and do it at night time. So people want some common sense with this, and I hear so often people just want to be able to go out and look after their verge trees. And we've got about 40,000, I think, rateable properties in the city here. And I think we need to allow people, or give them ownership of their verge trees. I mean, they are responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of their verge. So let's give them, empower them to be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of their verge. If they see that a tree slightly needs to be pruned, or there's a little bit hanging down that, you know, prevents someone from walking clearly along a footpath, or in my case, and I gave this example to the committee last week, we had a situation where Cleanaway came and lifted the bins and it ripped one of the branches, and the branches was hanging down, torn, and the tree people were also coming along, and the tree people just came and tore it off. I mean, I would have been better off getting out there with a little saw and you know, cutting it properly. So I just think I'm a tree lover, and there are comments out there in the community at the moment that I'm not. Please come to my house. Please come and see my Facebook posts. I love trees, and I absolutely support anything that we can do to build our canopy, but I really think that we can help to build our canopy by incentivising people or giving them the opportunity to take responsibility for their verge tree.
Councillor Bull.
Thank you. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of things that supporting this amended policy is what is being voted on. So firstly, in relation to the removal of the bullet points around tree pruning for leaf, fruit and bark drop, appearance or aesthetic overhanging over fence lines. So if you support this, then what you're supporting is a conservative estimate to facilitate the discretionary pruning of this nature of an additional 200,000 a year. So at least that. So voting for this is voting for a budget increase. Just noting that. Secondly, the removal of the text and the cost of arranging provision of a replacement tree and 3 years maintenance means that what you are voting for is for ratepayers to pay for that. So instead of the developer paying for that new tree and the 3 years maintenance, remembering that the Halliwell system is compensation for the removal of a ratepayer-owned asset. So that, as I've said before, they're two distinct things, and the amenity that goes with that as well. And I think, thanks Councillor Ostaszewski for explaining Limb 4, but I think it's also important to note that there are implications regarding the allowing property owners to maintain trees due to the potential safety and public liability risk and the impact of the tree itself. So you're increasing risk to the City of Bayswater by supporting this. I'll leave it to councillors to determine whether they're comfortable with increasing the cost to tree maintenance as a consequence of this and potentially increasing public risk as well.
Would anyone else like to speak on it? Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Yes. Look, I'll be quick, and I will just add to the concerns that other councillors raised with now the motion on the table. Beyond the costs, I think it is a sad day, very sad day for the trees in the City of Bayswater and the tree canopy. But I think it is actually most unfortunate for the team in the city that are dealing with trees. If it wasn't clear, the policy that we had was used by the city when they received complaints. It helps the officers when people just complaining about flowers dropping, they can refer to the policy and tell them, look, we can't prune it because of that. But now because of the removal, all of those things, the city will have to, will not be able to actually go back to anything, and they will have to use the discretion, and we will see probably more and more and more reports coming because of those issues. And I think this is unfortunate for the officers. I door knocked on hundreds of doors, and I understand Southward is different than Northward, but we shouldn't change the policies because Northward, I had 2 people I'm happy to share, 2 people out of hundreds of residents that I spoke with raising issues with trees. 2. One talked about issues with branches coming above their properties. I thought it was reasonable, and I advised that they will contact the city, and the city does have the discretion under the existing and the revised policy, not this on the table, to trim it. The second person wanted to remove a jacaranda tree on Peninsula Road. Why? Because they didn't like the drops of the flowers. So my role as a councillor or a candidate was to educate that resident about the benefits of the trees. And this is what I did, even though it's not nice. When it's easy when you don't knock to promise, oh, I'll change it, don't worry, I will knock it back. No, I explained the canopy targets that we have. I explained the shading purposes of footpaths. I explained the beautification of our streetscapes. I explained all those things. And yes, once a year, they have the jacaranda flowers dropping on his grass area. But because of that, will chop or significantly trim the tree. It is unreasonable. And as I said, I think it is a sad day for the trees.
Would anyone else like to speak to it? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think the only thing that gave me any hesitancy about this was precisely for the leaf, fruit, or bark drop or the appearance or aesthetics. I am happy for pruning in terms of structural integrity or shaping the tree so it grows better. You know, as an avid gardener myself, I do know a lot of trees respond quite well to pruning and grow better because of it. But I think, you know, in an overall, I will support it. But what I am actually hoping will happen as a consequence of it is that the city as a whole will look at the types of trees that we're planting and in the locations that we're planting them, which will hopefully see more appropriate trees in more appropriate locations so that these issues don't arise in the first place.
Would anyone else like to speak to it? I have a few questions. I'll just go to the director. The Helliwell value, the money that we get from developers for that, where does that money go and what is that money used for?
Through the chair, the money from the Helliwell valuation, that's basically is taken as compensation for the loss of the tree, and those funds are basically, from my understanding, is that it goes back into tree maintenance. So it could be towards planting new trees, it could be towards maintaining trees. So, for example, the watering and things like that. So that's my understanding in terms of what happens to that money.
Thank you. I'll just speak briefly. There were some comments about LIM 4 increasing the risk that we take on. I just want to clarify that LIM 4 asked for a report to come back to council, and that's where we consider what the risks are and how comfortable councillors are with those risks. In terms of some councillors mentioned, you know, about complaints, that people get complaints, and it's really easy at the moment because we have a policy that we can refer to. So when people complain, we can say, well, we can't chop it because we can't prune it for that reason because we've got the policy says we can't. I believe that residents and ratepayers' complaints should be heard and not blocked by policy. If the residents and the ratepayers aren't happy about something, and tree issues and basic requests we've been so inflexible on in the past, we should be listening to these people and seeing what we can do to make their lives better, improve their lives, and show that we are representative of the community. All I've wanted to see is a more balanced approach to these issues that I get complaints about every single week from residents all the time going, I'm not asking for a lot. I'm not getting requests from people going, remove this tree, chop this down. I don't want that. These are just, most of the time, elderly people that are widowed or unwell, and they just want some pruning. That's all they want, and we have been inflexible the entire time. And I believe that these changes are showing the community that we are finally listening, that there is some common sense, and this is a balanced approach to their concerns. So I'm really happy to support these changes. I'll go to the mover to close.
No, thank you.
I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, the Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. That is carried. The next item. So that's everything that has been pulled. So is there a mover to remove the remaining items on block? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Ostaszowski. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, the time is 9:28. I will adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes for the Radford recess. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we'll recommence. So the next item is item 11.1, notice of motion. Councillor Bull. You'd like to move?
Do you want me to read it out?
Yes.
Yep. That council pursues the implementation of a trial 40-kilometre-hour area zone in the City of Bayswater within the area bounded by Beaufort Street, Salisbury Street, Catherine Street and Grand Promenade by 1. Engaging with Main Roads WA to determine the suitability of the proposed trial area and any amendments required to the area. 2. Consulting with landowners and residents within the proposed trial area to determine their support of the proposed trial. And 3. Reporting back to council on the outcomes of the consultation and further consideration of the proposed trial.
I'll see if there's a seconder. Councillor Peterson-Pick. Councillor Bull.
Thank you. Higher speeds reduce the amount of time a driver has to react to a situation in order to avoid a crash, and it increases vehicle stopping distances. And studies have shown a correlation between increased speed and increased injury crashes and fatal crashes, and that decrease in speed leads to fewer crashes. Feedback from Park Street residents in the areas shown in the report has highlighted consistent speeding along this street. Consequently, it was suggested to pursue a 40-kilometre-hour trial in this area in a manner not dissimilar to Vincent. For this process to commence, the City will need to engage with Main Roads and the local residents, and so this is what this motion seeks to achieve.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, I can see that the proposal is to consult with the property owners about their thoughts about this. I'm fully supportive if there are traffic issues there, and I'm assuming that there are. This is why Councillor Bull is bringing it before us, so I'm happy to support it.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Deputy Mayor?
No, I just got some questions if I can. So I know that the speaker's already has already opened it, but I'm just interested in more of the background in terms of the study reports that have been done. So there's already been a traffic study, or if I can go through the chair to the officers, maybe if there's already been a traffic study done on these two sections of the street.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, from my understanding, there's been counts done in that area and fairly recent as well. So that information is available, but in terms of any further studies, I don't recall seeing any other studies.
Okay, so why was none of that information included in the report for consideration?
I'll go to the director.
Sorry, could I have that question repeated again? Sorry.
Sorry, how come none of that information was included in the report for consideration in terms of the number of cars, average speeds? Is that information available to give us now?
Through the chair, that information is available. I mean, I can provide some information in terms of the vehicle counts. I have got that with me, so if you want me to run through those figures.
Yeah, if I could, please.
I can. In terms of Rosebery Street, we're looking at about 459 vehicles a day and an 85 percentile of 51. In terms of Park Street, we're looking at 1,118 vehicles per day and a 85 percentile of 50. They're the roads that are inside that boundary. Um, 459 the other road and 51 kilometres an hour.
Can I just ask another question? With the report there, it says down towards the bottom that it should also be noted that depending on the outcomes of the traffic survey, Main Roads WA may still require traffic calming measures to be applied in conjunction with implementation of an area zone. What is the likelihood that they will come back in this particular area and say we need to put in my favourite speed cushions or chicanes or some other such measure?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I mean, we don't know at this stage. That's a discussion we need to have with them, and they'll tell us what their thinking is in that requirement.
Is there a way to, sorry, just another follow-up question if I may, is there a way to advocate to just go for the speed the speed reduction signs without putting in air cushions or any other sort of like roadworks which may impact on surrounding streets? Possibly.
Through the chair, our preference would be to go for the lowest cost option, and that would be just to put the signs up and not put in the actual traffic calming. But again, we need to have that discussion with Main Roads.
Sorry, just one more follow-up. So then it's down to their determination. If they say we've got to do something, then we have to do something.
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. In terms of putting in or changing the zonage, the speed zone, that's under their jurisdiction, and they'll basically stipulate the terms and conditions of that.
Okay, and sorry, just one more follow-up, if I may. I think this is the last one. I mean, I know we did Bath Road earlier tonight with just a 50-kilometre zone reduction. So are we anticipating the same there with that? Then that they may come back and turn around and say you've got to put in extra measures along with that. Do we have any examples in the city where we've reduced a speed where they haven't required us to do any extra measures?
Through the chair, with the Bath Road example, that's changing from 60 down to 50. The traffic counts actually show that the traffic was already travelling fairly close to 50 kilometres an hour. In this particular case, we're looking at going below 50, which is the default speed limit. So it's a slightly different case, and to be able to get the vehicles to go down to 40, sometimes just putting up signs is not enough to do that. It ends up creating a situation where there'll be more infringements and things like that occurring because people will still be travelling at higher speeds. So that's why sometimes they'll ask for a situation where we need to put in some traffic calming to basically bring those vehicles down to that speed.
Go ahead.
An example that I would have thought of is King William Street.
Would you like to speak on the item, Deputy Mayor? Not yet. Okay. Would anyone like to speak on the item? I have a question to the Director. Do we have information of how many crashes have occurred in these areas?
The traffic accidents, that information is available. We haven't looked at those at this stage. That's probably something that when we do talk to Main Roads, we'll have that discussion with them in terms of how many crashes have been.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Johnson?
First,
Yep.
please, if I could ask the mover, sorry, and my apologies if I missed the start of the introduction, how was this area chosen?
Park Street residents contacted the city and contacted me concerned about traffic speeds on their street, and then there was an on-site meeting, and as part of that on-site meeting with officers as well, there was a discussion around different options, and they asked whether a 40k trial in a precinct that included their street a la Vincent would be something that could be considered, and so that's what I'm putting before council.
Okay, thank you. Should I maybe speak on this? Yeah, I'm very, happy to support lower speed limits as a pedestrian and cyclist. I think we hear constantly about how that makes our streets safer. It's one of the things we can do to make our streets safer. I know there's residents in other areas that would also like the traffic slower in their street. I know I can't amend a fellow councillor's motion, but I would love to expand that to the entire city of Bayswater. I would just say, and I notice that there's a school, and I note that the recommendation is to look at the area and the residential streets of Bayswater, and I note there's a school and a park and stuff further up in that area. So I'm thinking that might be other areas that in that neighbourhood that might also benefit from lower and safer speeds.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'm torn on this one because, yeah, we definitely do need to lower speeds. And as Councillor Johnson has said, I would like to have something perhaps more uniform in all of the built-up areas, be uniform low speed. I think that the hazard that we run by doing little pockets like this of different speeds is the confusion, not only for pedestrians but also for the drivers going through that area, because you've got Grand Prom, which is 60, Catherine Street, which is a 50, Beaufort Street, which is in that section of 60, and then you're going through. So if you go from Grand Prom 60 to 50 down a small section of Catherine, and then you go down Rosebery, then it's suddenly 40, and then back up to sorry, I can't remember what the speed posted sign is at Salisbury. I recall it being 50. I don't recall it being 40. So I think that you run the risk of the confusion there, and then how do you go about the enforceability through with that? You know, I would much prefer to see a direct lobbying for main roads to reduce the district-wide, city-wide, that it's uniform everywhere, so that people know, because people already know it's 50 in built-up areas, because that's been a campaign for years. Get them to lower it another 10 and just do all built-up areas are 40. So then there's that certainty for pedestrians, there's that certainty for cyclists, and there's that certainty for vehicle operators. Oh, you know, people in cars, trucks, whatever. And I suppose the other thing that concerns me in relation to that is that the implications that because the average percentile is higher than what would be requested here, is that we will see them come along and say, well, you've got to put in speed cushions, my fave, or perhaps a chicane or something which will, you know, have an impact there on the street for, you know, because the speed humps and stuff, they affect cyclists as well, depending on what type you get of speed hump, not cyclist. Some cyclists might like speed humps, I don't know. So there's all of those extra considerations for me on this one, so I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this one, but there's a lot to unpack with that. And it does seem, I mean, I do recognise that you have you know, Salisbury Daycare right on the corner there, St Peter's further up the road, and Inglewood Primary School around the corner. You know, and then the corner down there is obviously busy because of, you know, Coles and Inglewood and that. So I think that there's a few different considerations there. It does appear rather ad hoc, and I'm not sure I support those like ad hoc approaches. So I'll wait and see what whoever's left to talk says.
Would anyone else like to speak?
Sorry, I just had a Salisbury childcare centre, and I'm just noticing if it's included in the zone. Not included. Okay. So I don't need to.
Would anyone like to speak? I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. I'll just thanks for people who did speak. Just in terms of, firstly, you know, the idea of lobbying for 40 k's across the whole district sounds great, and it'd be fantastic if someone brought a notice of motion on that. So that probably isn't a reason to not support this. Is it 40 k's in McGilvray now? Where is the 40 k zone in? Is that coming in? Where is that in Naranda, near the Naranda shopping district?
No, where? Doesn't exist.
Yeah, so wasn't that being looked into?
I believe there was a notice of motion.
So can I get an update on that? Where that's at?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, we'll have to take that one on notice, and we can send something out in regards to the latest update on that.
It's okay. So, but my recollection is council adopted contacting Main Roads to seek that. Is that my recollection?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not entirely sure, so I'll look into that and I'll respond.
Does anyone remember? There was a notice of motion. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. So when that one came to council, there was no discussion about confusion between 40 kilometres there and different speed limits elsewhere. When 40 k's in Mount Lawley came to council. I don't recall councillors saying that there'll be an issue with confusion between 40 kilometres there and the 50 kilometre and 60 kilometre zone in that area. When 40 kilometres in King William Street came to council, I can't remember councillors concerned about confusion between different speed areas. When 30 k's in Leek Street came to council, I just don't remember council talking about confusion between different speed areas. And other than McGilvray, all those others have pursued, and I haven't heard anybody complain about there being confusion. And I'm unsure that any of those, other than Leek Street, which was always going to have traffic calming measures, actually resulted in speed cushions, unless I'm wrong, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I just don't remember that. So, look, I think councillors should support this. It's a trial in the way that Vincent has done trials. The city has responded to a Vincent trial before by making the abutting area 40 k's an hour, and I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Just before I put it to the vote, I'll just correct, it wasn't McGilvray, it was Benara. It was Benara, not McGilvray, just for the public record in case anyone's listening. Yes. So I now will put that to the vote. All those in... Was it both? McGilvray and Benara. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That motion is carried. Councillors, we now move on to item 13, which is urgent business. Oh, sorry, I missed item 12, which is questions from members without notice. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. About a year ago, or a little over, we discussed a cafe proposal at Riverside Gardens, and that was meant to be explored further. I'm just wondering if we can get an update on the progress of that, please.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, my understanding is being considered as part of the broader foreshore considerations, so we take that on notice and provide more details to councillors.
Thank you. I have another question. We're building an enclosed dog exercise area at Riverside Gardens. May I have an update on the progress of that, please?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd have to take that on notice and I can give you an update.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, if I may, and I'll take this one on notice. Has there been an audit conducted of all the unutilised ablutions facilities that have attached kiosks or unutilised or unleased city sporting facilities on reserves, etc., of those ones that have the ability for potential development or leasing out?
Go to the director.
Through the chair, in terms of that question, I'll have to take that on notice and provide an update later on.
If I may, just to give like an example, like the Bath Street ablutions facility there at the top of the hill overlooking the river. There's a kiosk there in a large change room area, but it's been empty since the early 80s, I think. So that kind of thing.
Councillor Eveson?
Yes, I've got a few and happy to take them on notice. The first one's just regarding some economic development. We spoke about it a bit tonight. I refer to some questions and a motion from the AGM of electors held on the 10th of December 2019 around appointment of an economic development officer. The motion was passed 48-13. Does the city have any information regarding the local economy, job creation, growth and views on stimulating investment in our district?
I'll go to the director.
Through Chair, I know we have got a economic recovery officer on the temporary period, which has been extended into this calendar year. I know he's been doing a lot of work. We'll provide a more detailed update on what's some of the achievements that's been done so far on that.
Okay, great, thank you. This one was because we're talking about industrial areas, and that it came up in the agenda, and it's tweaked some interest. So I've also wanted to follow up on a 2019 AGM electors motion for the Bayswater Industrial Area compliance officer. So this was a motion that was put forward to assist in tidying up the area, which was a wide range of non-compliances to local bylaws. The focused activity would help raise revenue to cover staffing costs and drive a better compliance regime, which would improve a visual amenity and a longer-term commercial interest in the precinct. Has there been any movement on this motion, either by resource appointment or focus by existing city staff?
Go to the director.
Through the chair, my understanding is that it was considered as part of the budget, but it hasn't gone through as a budget reallocation or budget allocation for a new position to do with that matter specifically.
Cool, thank you very much. Just following on with the BIA, so it's all about industrial tonight, but availability of, so further to the related to the BIA, availability of strategically located industrial land is an ongoing challenge in WA. The reason we have an industrial land steering committee, the ILCSC, so I've been thinking about how the city could provide incentives to unlock development options and increase in economic activity and boost local employment options in our inner city industrial area, with hundreds of millions of potential activity being realised by resolving the quite well-known sewerage constraint. So my question is, has the city considered assessing the difficulties around the septic infill sewerage constraint with an economic lens to try and spark local job growth?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, we have been quite proactive in that respect. I know the CEO has sent a letter out to the chairperson and all members of that committee to look at providing or supporting the provision of state government for sewage under the umbrella of promoting innovation and the need that there needs to be some innovation hub, and to facilitate that, sewage is available, sewage needs to be provided. But again, I can take more information to that when we respond on the other matters.
Lovely. So it's like you read my questions. So I've got one about innovation. So I've been doing a lot of reading. I've seen some things happening in and around Perth in regards to innovation precincts or clusters, as they're known, with funding already available, delivered for Henderson, Fiona Stanley and Wanneroo, amongst places. My question is, as a district, we have a lot of very talented and innovative residents and students. Is the city looking at options to collaborate with local business and other key stakeholders to secure a share of, around $100 million in state and federal government funding to develop our innovation precinct that would support local job growth, investment, and join the innovation march that is happening across the state?
Go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, I know the Economic Recovery Officer has been looking at that. Again, we'll take that on notice and provide more details to the council.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Sutherland?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask one. It's about the Naranda netball court. So I don't know which officer's in charge of that. I don't know if you know that there was a bit of fence taken out of that. Someone decided to play around with it. But subsequently, I heard also saw that someone spilt some chemicals on a little bit of the on the playing surface, and it's caused a bit of angst to obviously the netball people and community, because as we know, it costs a lot of money to get them there, and I just wanted to know if there was a time frame to getting it fixed and that sort of thing. You can let me know later, but just to let the netball people know.
I'll refer to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, there was an issue with some material being spilled on the surface that has caused some damage. So the officers were following that up with the manufacturer just to see what the best way of tackling it is. So I was getting an update on it.
Any other questions? I'll move on to item 13, new business of an urgent nature. We have 3 items, and in order to progress with the recruitment process, there is a need to adopt a number of preliminary processes, and the reports have been drafted to enable council to commence the process in the shortest possible timeframe. I'll ask if there's a mover that these 3 items are considered as urgent business. Councillor Peterson-Pick, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Would you like to speak to it?
I think it is very urgent.
Deputy Mayor? I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. So the first item is 13.1.1. I'll just check that everyone's got a copy of these items before we move on. So everyone has a copy?
just through the mayor, I should probably disclose an impartiality interest in it.
Okay. So item 13.1.1 is the Chief Executive Officer resignation. Would anyone like to move the officer's recommendation? Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Bull. Deputy Mayor?
No, but I'd just like to note that I think that this is good that this is all being done, that's not behind closed doors.
Councillor Bull.
Thank you. I'd just like to take a moment to say thank you to the CEO for his service, 4 years. It was a challenging time and a time during a pandemic as well. So working with the CEO during that period, particularly over the 4 years, but most particularly during the pandemic, was something that I really valued, and I thank him for his service to the City of Bayswater, and I wish him well in his new role.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'll go to the mover. Nothing. Put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. The next item is 13.1.2, establishment of CEO recruitment committee. So there's a recommendation that also requires some nominations. So I'll just check how we...
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I guess if we just call for nominations from each of the wards individually is probably the easiest way to do it, depending who wants to do it, and then we can either go to a vote, or if there's only one from each ward, then we can just appoint.
Okay, so what we'll do then, before I ask for a mover and a seconder, we'll just fill the names for each of the wards. So the first one is Central Ward. Do we have a nominee from Central Ward to be on the committee?
Hi, yes, me, please.
Councillor Osazowski, I'll just check if that's agreed to by the other Central Ward councillors. Yes, so
Thank
we'll
you.
just add
Ta.
your name there. Then North Ward, who would you like to be?
Yes, yep, I'm nominate myself, yeah. put my hand
Councillor
up.
Easton, and that's agreed? Yep. From South Ward, Ellie, are you agreeable to being on it?
And I'm
Sorry,
happy to support
Councillor.
myself.
So Councillor Peterson Pick. And then West Ward. So do I have a nominee from West Ward? Are we nominating Lorna? Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark. So we need to really ask councillors here if they could make a decision so that we can put this forward tonight.
I can't nominate Councillor Clark without speaking to her, so...
Fair enough. I'm asking if either of the two here will nominate themselves, because we really need a decision. I'll go to Councillor Palmer. Oh, sorry, Councillor Osazowski had his microphone on.
Just a question, is it a requirement that we have one from each ward?
I'll just go to the CEO for advice.
Through the mayor, no, there's no specific requirement. I just thought it'd be an appropriate way to establish a committee.
So in that case, if none of the West Ward councillors wish to be on it, I'll open it up to the remaining councillors, if there's anyone interested. Oh, sorry, Councillor Palmer, I'll go to your question
Just
first.
a quick question. If they were to deputise for a West Ward councillor until that decision is made, can we ask one of the West Ward councillors to put a name down for West Ward, please?
I don't know about the deputise. I'm going to put it out to the rest of council. If neither Councillor Johnson or Councillor Bull wish to be on it, I'll put it out to the rest of the councillors to see if anyone else would like to fill that last spot. Otherwise, we don't have to have 6, or do we have to have 6? So we're going to leave that vacant, and we're just going to go with the 5 members. One, two, three, four, five. Yep, 5 members. Okay, do I have a mover of this motion? Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Palmer, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Sutherland, would it? Is Councillor Eveson? Okay, would anyone like to speak for the motion? Against?
Can I ask a couple of questions, if that's okay? So, if I may?
Of course.
So the third limb is delegating authority to recruit an independent member and then to appoint a professional recruitment consultant. My query is around whether how the budget works with this and whether this is actually a money provision. Yeah, thanks.
I'll go to the CEO.
Yeah, thank you. Through the Mayor. Certainly the recruitment part of it comes at a cost. The cost would be funded out of the salary and wages budget, so there's existing budget there, and that'll be reflected as part of a mid-year budget review.
So my next question is, are we inadvertently delegating authority that is going to allow the spending of of money, which would mean that council would have to, ratify it anyway, similar to some of the experiences that we had under the COVID-19 committee?
I'll just go to the CEO for clarification.
So I'm not quite following your question in relation to that.
So I presume recruitment of an independent member is going to not come at a cost. There'll be no sitting fee for that. But the appointment of a professional recruitment consultant will be committing funding. So is delegating that authority something that we have the ability to actually do, or would that have to come back anyway for ratification?
Yeah, I'll just go to the CEO.
No, it's my understanding through the Mayor that the committee can be delegated authority to appoint, as there's money available in the budget for it. They're not actually incurring stuff that's not funded or not budgeted for, so my understanding is we can do that.
So I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. I think we've got some fresh ideas and faces coming into this recruitment committee, and we wish them well, because it is a lot of hard work going through that process, and also that we look forward to when that choice is made, that it comes to full council for ratification. Thank you.
I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. The next item, councillors, is 13.1.3, appointment of external consultant. So do I have any Deputy Mayor would like to move? Councillor Sutherland seconding. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Sutherland, would anyone like to speak on the item? I'll go to the mover to close. I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillors Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Bull. That is carried. Thank you. We now move on to item 14, matters for which the meeting may be closed. I'll ask if there's someone who'd move to close the doors. Councillor Eason, seconded Councillor Palmer. Put that to the vote. All those in favour of closing the doors? All those in favour? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Osazowski, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick. That is carried. Can we please close the doors? Thank you, councillors, and I'll close the meeting at 10:15, 10:14. Thanks.